Hello, everybody. How are you doing on this fine Wednesday? I am doing quite extra well today. Shout out to all the members in the chat. Okay, there's a bunch of y'all in here. Okay, sorry if I miss anybody. Let me just do them a little member shout outs, get y'all's perk. We have Fabulous Fab. Hello, Lewis, or is it Louis? Martin Dion, Steve Cass. Hello. Simply Monica is in the house. Nola Lola. Emily, hello. Hello. Thank you all for coming. Illyria, member for 1 month. Thank you very much. Hello, Mrs. Potts. Maggie, I've got words. Is it Maggie? Maggie. Meg, right? Meg, right? Yeah, I've got words. Down the rabbit hole, Rabbit, welcome. I did see some or quite a bit of your live from last night, and I did not know that stuff. Also, there's another creator, content creator on YouTube. What is her unapologetically me true crime? Unapologetically me true crime. I have not had a chance to go and watch her Amanda Rabb coverage yet, but Rabbit does recommend it, so y'all make sure to check it out. Also, I did get my nails done on what was it, Friday, and literally by Saturday or Sunday, it had popped off. So I did have a new person do them, and clearly he doesn't know what he's doing. So I'm missing a nail. That's really sad to me. Okay, what else do we have going on here? Divine Vigor, hello. Bonnie Dwyer, thank you very much for the super chat and the fleur de lis. Who dat? Thank you very much. Member for a month, Divine. Hello, Amber. TSW. Tension is choking her. Blind Justice caught alive. Welcome, Blind Justice. Blind Justice was live last night too. Is that video still up? I have not had a chance to watch it. I was traveling back from California last night till late. I did see some of Rabbit's live, but I need to go back and check that too. And Unapologetically Me, true crime. I got a lot of stuff to catch up on. Good morning, Illyria. Katie, hello. Just trying to say hello to all the members. Tiago, hello. All right. Peace, love, good energy. Hello. All right. Oh, do we have another? Thank you very much, Sandra, for the super sticker. Hello, Brett Grace. Hello, Oklahoma Outlaw Audits. Just so y'all are aware, this is going to be Hello, Vinny Beetle. This is going to be Hello, the Angry Vet. A very long live stream, I'm assuming. So it's going to be one of those ones where we're here for a while. Grab a snack, get your water. I have my very favorite cup of all time right now. It's my copper cup from my copper pitcher. Okay. Yes, I did. I had to go to California. Yes, I did. Okay. Well, okay. I will be answering some questions as we go through, but the purpose of today's live is just to kind of catch up a little bit. There's probably, realistically no way I'm going to be able to get to every single thing that's happened. Nor is that really the purpose of today's video. I just want to do a little bit of a check-in, a catch up, etc., etc. Yes, I am not apologizing for being me. No, I am not. Thank you. Do you plan on? Okay, yes. We can cover this. I don't know if I'm going to do it today, but I did see it around about the time it came out. A lot of y'all were sending me stuff. I was obviously not allowed to talk about it publicly or post about it publicly. But I did see that extremely weird video, and that was obviously, in my opinion, not Dia. I don't know what that's all about. Hello, Paula from Spain, or should I say hola? Obviously, I'm just what's it called? Polyglot. I'm just kidding. Case should be covered. It should. I agree, Paula. Okay, so I guess I don't really want to get into the fine grained details of the whole timeline, because I actually think I want to do a BJ Investigates on that, just so that it's sort of in one well edited capsule and it just lives there. I guess right now, what is today? Today, at the time of this live stream, it is November 29th, 2023. So let's rewind about 3 months back to 3 months exactly. Yeah, 3 months to August 29th, 2023. Now, unbeknownst to me at the time, I didn't know that this was going on at the time, But Brian Scott Kuchar was in court on August 29th trying to get a restraining order against me. Now, we can go over his, restraining order request and all of that. Thank you very much. Oh, Silly Pony, welcome to memberships. One of my very good mods. We can get into that. It's not really the purpose of today's video, and I don't want to waste any more time on that demon clown. So, oh man, long story short, he tried to get a restraining order, and y'all know how sometimes the judges will grant like a temporary one just to be safe, and then 15 or 30 days or whatever later, the judge will hear the case or whatever, but there's like a temporary one. Well, he didn't even get the temporary one. The judge was like, no, there's no grounds for a restraining order. And it actually happened to be like a pretty famous judge on YouTube. Her name is what's her name? Manning. What's her first name? What's Judge Manning's first name, y'all? Someone tell me. I know. Okay, someone will put it in the chat. But her name is Manning. Anyway, she was like, no temporary Alex. Yes, Judge Alex Manning. Yes, Alex Manning. Thank you. So the judge was like, no. Well, that was back in August 29th is when Brian Kuchar was trying to get that restraining order. Now, also that had happened that month, August 7th, Brian Kuchar had started a business in the state of Georgia called That Surprise Witness LLC. Yeah. And another thing that also had happened in August. Okay, let's do this timeline, right? I should have put it on like a PowerPoint or a piece of paper or something and put it up here. August 7th or so, somewhere around there. I'm doing it off the top of my head. I have put the documents up before, but this is my top of my head. Around August 7th, he opens a business called That Surprise Witness LLC in Georgia. August 10th or so, the federal litigation, the lawsuit against me filed by Lima in New Jersey was dismissed. The court came out and dismissed the case. The court said, case dismissed. But they left open some time for Lima to amend her complaint. So she could change stuff around and try to fix the errors that the judge found in her complaint. She had 30 days to do that. But on August 10th, just a few days after Brian Kuchar had opened a business called That Surprise Witness LLC in Georgia, clearly blatantly copying off of my, trade name or whatever, he did, thank you, Amber, gifted 5 memberships. If y'all go to the little gift at the top of the chat or somewhere around there, maybe it's around the description box, and you click the gift, you may get a membership for free. Thank you, Amber. Okay, so, and also I do want to say, just real quick out the gate, I did end up winning the lawsuit, in California, which we're going to get to. I'm just kind of going over the timeline right now. And I do want to say huge thank you to the people who were supporting me throughout. I want to say thank you to the people who were continuing to make content about not only the Amanda Rabb case and the BAM case, but also about this particular case, this miscarriage of justice that occurred. That thankfully was righted. Thankfully, it was righted. And a lot of times on this channel, we talk about the judges that make the wrong decisions. We talk about corruption. We talk about people getting paid off. But in this case, I believe the judge made the right decision. And so I don't have anything bad to say about the judge in this particular case. What was his name? Judge Weinberger, I think is his name. Amy, welcome to memberships. That's funny, Doherty. Yeah. So August 7th, he opens a business called That Surprise Witness LLC in Georgia. August 10th, Lima's federal case in New Jersey is dismissed, but without prejudice. So she could amend it if she wanted to. And then August 29th, 19 days later, what's his name? Brian Kuchar, as if he didn't do enough with opening a business in my name, tried to get a restraining order against me in Georgia, which again, like I said, was unsuccessful. Then on August 31st, Lima tried to get a restraining order 2 days after Brian Kuchar. And in Brian Kuchar's case, when we finally did end up going to court months later, Lima showed up as a witness for him and sat in on Zoom court for 3 hours. 3 hours. Lima showed up to Georgia court on Zoom, but it was a Georgia court. She was in court in a Georgia jurisdiction to be a witness for Brian Kuchar, who was trying to get a restraining order against me, which was not even temporarily granted. So it shows to me, lip liner or something. It shows to me that these two obviously are working in concert. They're working together based on basically, seemingly to me, in my opinion, nothing more than their mutual disdain or maybe jealousy of me. But Lima showed up as a witness in the Brian Kuchar lawsuit case, right? Okay. So he had filed his August 29th. She filed hers on August 31st in California. So y'all can see how these tactics are the same exact type of tactics that were used against Bam Margera. Remember whenever Nikki filed for custody in California one day before or after they filed to put Bam in a conservatorship in Florida? It's like all of these cases popping up across the country, and it's meant to intimidate, harass, abuse, and silence people, and hopefully to just spend them into submission. And so for that reason, and I'm sure y'all now do, if you're in the live chat, see the pinned comment, I have the legal fund pinned. I'm not going to bury the lead. I did win attorney's fees in this California case. Thank you, Your Honor, even though you're not supposed to thank judges. But the lawyer and Lima's lawyer is basically saying he's going to appeal the decision. And so what that means is we're not even going to be able to argue about this till 2025. And which means I probably won't be seeing any money from Lima, which she now does owe me according to a court for like 5 years or more. And I'm going to have to pay my attorneys before that. But even bigger issue than that is the New Jersey case. I'm going to try to get attorney's fees back, but there is not that anti-slap protection in my case. There is now an anti-slap law in New Jersey, but it was enacted and all of that after this lawsuit started, so it doesn't apply to me. So any and every penny that has ever been donated to the legal fund, 100% of it is either still in that account or it's already gone out only to lawyers, only for this case. Now, the New Jersey case is far more expensive. It's been going on for a long time. It's in federal court. My attorneys are going to be filing for their fees in California very soon. I don't know right now at this moment how much those fees are. Certainly, I would assume much more than 20,000. It could be close to 100 even. I really don't know. But once that is made into, a public record and all of that, then everybody can know exactly how much it did cost on that in that case. And I'm happy to tell y'all how much everything else costed as well. But all right. So I just want to tell y'all the timeline because it's like I was being like literally attacked. Like it was fast. It was happening all at once. It was like the sky was falling. I mean, I wasn't that affected by it because I'm very smart. I'm very fast. And my best performance always has been under pressure. If I don't have a little bit fight or flight, a little bit, I might die, fire and fuel in me. I just kind of want to lay around and make a flower crown or whatever. You know what I mean? So we got on it. Like I said, this is gonna be a very long live. This is just kind of like a stream of consciousness and all that. What I do want to say, eventually we're gonna read one court document. And it's gonna be the one that I filed in response to this restraining order request. And it's called a declaration. We're gonna read my declaration that was filed in this California restraining order case. And it is a public record. I can even maybe, if I remember to, I can show y'all how to find it on your own. And all that. And yes, let me just read y'all's comment. Yeah. All right. I am a little bit scatterbrained. Like this ordeal hasn't been the best on my sleep schedule and all of that. I'm a little jet lagged and all of that. I've been in California. Now I'm back on the East Coast, all of that. Yeah, I'm kind of like this, Lucy. Same. And all of that. Okay, so this is just a little story time type of thing. Like sort of like the other lives that I do, there will be a more concise version of this that's edited and probably put up on BJ Investigates or something if y'all don't want to hang out here all day. I know it's really cute how much effort people have put into isolating me, trying to hurt me, defaming me, slandering me. And it's like, well, that was cute, but y'all wasted your time. Thank you very much, Amber TSW. I think Amber is trying to rush me. I feel rushed, but thank you for the super chat. Okay. All right. So I'm looking at this restraining order request right now, and Rabbit was reporting on this. And again, was all public knowledge, public record. And I'm gonna pull this up. I just want to make sure I'm not gonna accidentally show any um addresses or anything like that, because that's really never my intention. And that's another thing too, is like one of the things they were kind of saying in court is that I like published people's addresses and I published Lima's address. Like, it was never my intention to publish anyone's home address. Like, I certainly have published public records that have addresses on them for like Aura, for example, but I was under the impression that was a business address. So I've even said it in both of the different court cases now, California and New Jersey, through my lawyers and things like that. I've even said, like, look, if Lima can show me where I put in her social security number or phone number or home address, even though it's on a public record, I'll still hide it away, because it's not the point of the video. The point of the video has nothing to do with showing somebody's home address. No, I would never want to do that. And there's been allegations from anonymous clown accounts that I'm sure are being directed by Lima, in my opinion. I mean, I have no way to know this. I'm just a conspiracy theorist. Y'all know that. But there seems to be like some type of little gossip drumming up that I am responsible for other people's actions. Like, I'm sending people to harass or harm. I know that y'all have heard me. It's a dead horse at this point, but I do want to say it because they are still continuing to try to use this lie against me in court, that I am directing people to go and approach Lima or anybody in her family or anything like that. I have never done that. And I want to reiterate today, I would not like anybody to talk to her, comment on her post, like a picture. I do not want y'all to go over there by her. I do not need any information about her. I am not asking you to go and confront, talk to, email, none of that. I don't want you to. I'm asking you, please don't. I'm asking you, please don't do that. Thank you, Matthew Parsons. $10 super sticker. Okay. So yeah, I mean, this is another thing about it. Like, I've been doing a lot of research because thankfully the court can't stop me from doing that. And it does look like Aura might just be like a plugged into like a much larger conglomerate of Aura companies that have also like a cosmetics company and some other stuff. There's been some crazy stuff going on with the funeral home of where like Amanda Rabb's ashes were maybe sent. I haven't had a time to research it myself. Y'all go check out Rabbit's coverage from last night and the Unapologetically Me true crime channel. I haven't had a chance to check that out yet, but apparently there's a lot of coverage over there about Amanda Rabb. So there's all of that going on. I really don't know. What was the recent video from the twins? They had Dahlia Takali's Instagram account had posted a video of her and another woman who they were claiming was Dia, but it was obvious that it wasn't Dia. I mean, in no way, shape, or form was that an identical twin to the person. They were claiming it was Dia, but it was not. So I don't know if they were joking. I really don't know, but the video did get deleted. I assume that was some type of bait that was trying to get me to like talk about them publicly to break a court order, which I obviously was not going to do, even though I definitely did not do anything wrong to deserve to be court ordered, even temporarily, not to talk about somebody, but that's neither here nor there. Thank you very much, Lewis. Yes, very good content on the funeral. So let me just get through this. Let's see. Let's get to Lima's. Yeah, the things they were asking for. So I'll just tell y'all what she was asking for. So she puts my age as 35 years old, which she obviously knows I'm not 35 years old, but I guess that's because she don't know how to keep her age straight. She don't know how to keep anybody else's age straight either. Or maybe it's because she puts the wrong age for herself on documents. She wanted to put the wrong age for me on documents as well. I'm 33 years old, which is like, y'all's favorite number over there, if you know what I mean. So you should really know how old I am. You should know that I'm in the prime year to, you know what? And by you know what, I mean be victorious in lawsuits. Would I ever go on to H3H3? I probably not. I don't really see a reason to. I guess it would depend, but no, it's not really something I'm on my bucket list by any means. Anyway, how do the trolls sleep at night? I think they don't. I think that's what it is. I think they don't sleep. That might be part of their problems. Um, yeah. Okay. So what was she asking for? So okay. Number 3 question says, "Are you seeking the protection of any other family or household members?" And she says, "Yes." I'm not gonna pull this up because it has, like, her lawyer's address, and these people have shown and proven that they will lie in court. Like, the lawyer actually lied in court. He said some lies, and so I'm not gonna be showing nobody's address because they will lie. Alright. They said I was 35 years old. I am not. I am 33, and that's probably very important to them. They know exactly how old I am. Are there other family members seeking protection? And Lima said yes. And she put Ivan, who's 45 years old. I thought that was interesting because that would mean he's like 10 years older than her, which is fine. I know some of y'all have a 10-year age gap with your husbands and stuff. I mean, that's fine. It's interesting to note. Dahlia Takali, they put 31, female, and Dia. And I almost wanted to say, well, what about Dima? You know what I mean? Can I talk about Dima Takali? You know what I mean? Like, I almost wanted to do that, but I wasn't really trying to push it. So one interesting thing about this is she really kind of leaves out the full extent of the lawsuit that's going on between us. She mentions it on one line, and then she never mentions again, the case has been dismissed as of a few days ago. So basically what had happened was her New Jersey lawsuit was dismissed August 10th. And August 31st, she was filing for a restraining order in California. So in my opinion, I believe the reason she filed for this restraining order in California was precisely because she was pissed off that she lost the defamation case in federal court. And then September 10th, a month later, September 11th or so, a month after the case in New Jersey was dismissed, she did amend her complaint. But when she amended it, it made it to where I was unable to actually even speak about a lawsuit that was going on in federal court in my home state to which I was a party. Do you see what I mean? Like, it was all intentional to silence me, to abuse me. It was malicious prosecution, without a doubt. It was abuse. It was abuse. And it's kind of like that. That was honestly, it was a really good time to practice some of the coping mechanisms and the different types of meditations and breathing exercise and shit like that, that I have been learning, because it was pretty infuriating to be being sued based on, she lies. And we're going to go through, and that's why I want to read y'all my declaration, because the shit she filed in court was full of lies. It was just stuff that wasn't true. And it sucks to have your rights that are supposed to be inalienable stolen and taken away from you by the government of another state where you don't even live, based on lies. And that sucked. And I absolutely now can see and understand why people are so afraid of litigation, because it's a scary place to be. It's not a fun place to be whenever you're dealing with, in my opinion, corrupt individuals with unlimited resources, seemingly. I mean, Lima's husband alone manages a fund worth $180 million or something crazy like that. Like, even if he's only getting 1% per year of that, like, the man is rich. So it wasn't fun by any means, but in a way, it kind of like, I ain't scared of a challenge and I ain't scared of a clown. And in my mind, like, if the judge, in my mind, I knew for a fact I had not done anything wrong. I have never done anything intentionally wrong. And if I did something wrong inadvertently or accidentally, I will fix it. And y'all have seen me redact stuff before. You've seen me take stuff down when I find out that it's not the case or whatever. Like, if I'm mistaken about something, like, I have no problem just correcting it. Because for me, it's not about me. It's about what's true and what's right. And so in my mind, I was already like, all right, let's say worst case scenario. This judge is like, Ivan's brother or something, or they're really corrupt or something, like, worst case scenario, there's corruption. And the judge says, you can never talk about this again online or something. Like, in my mind, I was kind of like already like down the road, like getting handcuffed and making friends with the inmates in the prison or whatever. Like, I was kind of like ready, to see it all the way. And that was one thing that I had to become galvanized during this process, because I had to like face losing it all like every day, because all that has to happen in the Stanley Moss courthouse is you get a corrupt judge. And there is at least one corrupt judge there, Reva Gates, who's now retired, who put Brittany in an unconstitutional conservatorship. So, I mean, I was a little bit scared because I didn't know if it was going to turn out fair. But in my heart and my mind, I knew for a fact I didn't do anything wrong. And so I was just going to have to lay my head down on that at night. You know what I mean? And that's really what got me through it. Member for a month, Bo, listening at work. Congratulations. Thank you very much, Bo. Love that courthouse, right? So I want to read y'all my declaration, but before we get into that, and so the judge ordered temporarily. So let me finish that. Okay. So the judge ordered temporarily, Judge Cochran in Stanley Mosque on August 31st, temporarily, that I could not go within a certain distance of Dahlia, Dia, Lima, or Ivan, which was no problem for me because I had no desire to go around them and I've never been around them in my life. So the stay away order is perfectly fine with me, as far as they could stay away from me too. Anyway, we've never been around each other, so that was easy. But the judge, for some unexplained reason, also, again, unexplained reason, decided that temporarily I could also not mention them online, which I'm not even going to get into what I think about that right now. But let's say I don't agree that he really should have been able to have that authority. But he did, and he did. And so technically, I mean, could I have gone online and just kept posting about him and stuff like that? Yeah, sure. But I mean, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to show that I know how to act to some extent until I get my day in court. I'm going to play the patty cake rules, because I learned how to play patty cake with the patty cake courts from the best of the best. Okay. I sure did learn. I mean, I know y'all think that I don't know what I'm doing. You think I'm just nonchalant. Like you think I'm out here committing crimes or something. Like I don't know what the law is, but no, I know what I'm allowed to say. And so I was like, I'm going to just play patty cake with the judges. I'm going to just put out a strong, zealous defense. And as soon as I'm able to talk about it again, I'm going to talk about it again. And I'm going to talk about the abuse of litigation. So let's see. That was the 31st. Lima was talking about being so scared of me and so scared of my followers and so scared of all this and so scared of my posts and all this in her declaration, which Rabbit did read, I think. Thank you very much, Grace, all over the place, for the super chat. Circle, dot. I don't know what that means. Lima, Red Jingle, Heimer Schmidt, Sloan Bell, I haven't seen. Find you so articulate and fearless. Thank you so much, Blue Muse. Okay, yeah, what was I saying? So that was on the 31st, and she was so scared, and she was telling the court she was so scared for her life and her safety, and telling all these lies. Like I had somebody fly a drone over the top of her house. I have never done such a thing. I would never do such a thing. I don't know anybody with a drone. I don't know how to fly a drone. I don't even know how to use a drone. I don't know anybody who owns a drone. I've never purchased a drone. I've never even looked up purchasing a drone. So I don't know who's flying drones over Lima's house. I definitely didn't tell you to do it. Now, if you're listening to me, I'm asking you, please don't do it. I don't believe that that's true. I don't think anybody did that. And if they did, it was probably them. They have a drone. They took it on the beach with them to Amanda Rabb's ashes dumping. And now turns out, according to this reporting I'm seeing, it might not even been Amanda's ashes. I need to look that up. But I don't have a drone. They have a drone though. So maybe they was flying their own drone over the house or something. I don't know. Check with that. I don't know. But nobody send any drone. Nobody send any comment. Nobody send any hate. Please, for the love of God. Okay? Like, please, seriously, don't. Thank you. I've never told y'all to do it. Is she restricting Bam from saying things too? No, not to my knowledge. Yeah, I mean, seriously. Yeah, I mean, seriously. Yeah, I mean, Mark Laita has millions. Adam 22, millions. Steve-O, millions. She has access to much larger audiences than me. Anyway, okay. So she was so scared. She was so scared of my posts that she could have on August 31st or September 1st or whatever sent to my lawyers that she knew about for a whole entire year the temporary restraining order, right? I mean, she got it on August 31st. So she could have sent it or had her lawyers sent it directly to my attorneys. She knew their email addresses. She knew which firm they worked at. She knew all of that on August 31st, freaking 2022, to be honest. Last year, she'd been knowing that. So she gets this temporary restraining order from the California court based on, like I said, lies and no evidence to support these lies, which we're going to get into when we're reading this document in a little while. And she waited till September 9th, which was 10 days, basically, from August 31st to September 9th. She waits 10 days before she even attempts to send me notice of this temporary restraining order. Now, in the meantime, I had no idea it had been filed. That's what the point of notice is. So technically, I guess there was a restraining order against me on August 31st. I turned 33 years old on September 4th, for those keeping track. But on my birthday, even, there was a restraining order against me from posting about Lima online, and I didn't even know. I had no idea because she didn't tell me or my lawyers. So I'm just hanging out at my house, minding my damn business on my couch on September 9th, I think, 2023. So September 9th. So like 10 days after she gets this temporary restraining order, and she's so scared that she waited 10 days to even attempt to give me service of this thing. And I hear the loudest banging on my door. Immediately, obviously, we're not expecting company. I pick up my phone to call 911. And I looked at Prim and I was like, "Are you like, we're not expecting company or anything, right? Or whatever." And he was like, "No." And I've been followed since I started covering this case. I have been followed around in the mall, and I've posted a video or a picture of it or whatever, so y'all could see it, both a picture and a video. But Lima has put my home address at the front page of her lawsuit. And Lima still, to my knowledge, to this day, I'll have to go check to make sure, but certainly at the time that we were writing all these declarations, still had that lawsuit up on the landing page of her Shop Aura page. So anybody that went to her website would know my home address, right? She put it right on the front page of the lawsuit. We didn't do that. No, we did not. She did that. She put my address out there. She doxed me criminally, in my opinion. But, she would say, it's a public record, which is a great argument because that's my argument in court. And that's what I won on. And that's why she owes me money today. Anyway, so she waits like 9 days. This lady's banging on the door. Prim goes to the door, check the door, and says, "Does Brittany Corville live here?" That's me. That's my name. And he said, "Who are you?" And she says, I don't know if she says her name or not. She said, I'm a process server. I'm here to serve a lawsuit. Now, we were thinking this was Lima trying to serve me for the lawsuit having to do with New Jersey, right? Because remember, her lawsuit had been dismissed August 10th. So her filing was going to be due September 10th, 30 days later. But that was a Sunday. So she had till the 11th, that Monday, which she did file. But I'm thinking this lady's at my house banging on my door about Lima's federal amendment, right? And so Prim asks her, and I never went to the door. I'm scared. I don't know if this lady has a Second Amendment device. I don't know what she's holding in her hands. I've never seen her in my life. I am afraid of her. That is why we have lawyers. That is why people have lawyers, so that there can be peace and you're not having your door banged on by a gang stalker at 9 p.m. on a Saturday or whatever. And I think it was like 7:45 or something. It's close to 8. I don't exactly remember. Don't quote me on the time. I'll get the service papers. And I'll be able to tell y'all. But it was late. It was nighttime. So I'm thinking maybe she's just trying to abuse me and harass and stalk me with illegal means by having this lady bang on my door. If that's the case, she doesn't have to personally serve papers on me for this New Jersey lawsuit. So send this lady on her way. I'm not accepting anything from her. So she goes along on her way or whatever. I reached out to my lawyers at that time and I was like, Is there anything else? Like, have y'all gotten emails? Have y'all gotten anything? Because also another thing was Prim asked the lady, who are you trying to serve the papers on the behalf of? Like, who's suing, because we're already in litigation with Lima. And if it's her, she knows who our lawyers are or whatever. The lady would not tell us who is suing. She had this box. It was like a box you would get from like Staples or whatever, like Office Depot, but it was like a jumbo one. It was huge. And I didn't know what was in this box. I didn't know who this lady was. I knew for a fact if it was Lima trying to sue, then she knows who my lawyers are. And there's no reason for me to take a random mystery box from a random mystery stranger on a Saturday night who's just banging on my door asking if I live here. And listen, that is a normal way to be served with papers. It's not like she committed a crime. But the fact that Lima was the one sending this lady, and Lima knew exactly who my lawyers were. She waited 10 days just to bang on my door on a Saturday night. Like, it's obvious to me, in my opinion, it's just an abuse tactic to make me feel unsafe, afraid, and scared in my own home. And I promise you one thing, I don't feel scared in this home. I'll leave it at that. So I don't feel afraid of my home. I love my home. It's my safe space, and no little gang stalkers banging on my door at any time of the night is going to make that any different. It's not, don't scare me. It don't scare me. I'm not scared, but it was meant to make me scared. Yes, it was. So the lady ends up leaving, whatever. I email or get in touch with my lawyer somehow. And I'm like, is it anything new? Is anything else going on? They were like, not that we know of. So we wait until that Monday. I think the lawyers reached out to her lawyers one way or another. I don't exactly remember, but we ended up finding out, yes, like that was like a legitimate process server who was trying to serve me, but she was not trying to serve me for the amendment in New Jersey. She was trying to serve for this other California temporary restraining order. Again, at that point, it was like 12 days old. By the time I actually received proper official notice of this restraining order that she needed on such an extreme emergency basis, that she waited 12 days. You know how long you have to respond to a restraining order thing like of this kind? 30 days. So she literally stole from me half of the amount of time that it would take to respond. And some of y'all were following Rabbit during all of this. She was reporting on it. If you were not, you should also know that the restraining order paperwork that she filed, including her declaration and all the papers put together, it was over 300 pages. So at that point, I had about 12 days to find a lawyer to represent me in a new state with new litigation, figure out how I was going to pay for it. This is like the definition of a SLAP lawsuit, a strategic litigation against public participation. It's the definition. It's to abuse me, right? So essentially what Lima did, and I believe on purpose, was to set up a litigation environment where I was going to have to ask for extra time in order to properly defend myself. Because in these 300 pages, including her like 200-page declaration or whatever, she made some false claims about me that, if they were true, would warrant a restraining order. You know what I mean? I can't think of any off the top of my head, but we are going to go through them when we go through the document. So I had to combat all of these lies over the course of hundreds of pages. And I had about 2 weeks to do it. Plus I had to find a lawyer. Plus now she had also at the same time filed her amendment, which also I only had a 30-day window to apply to, or maybe it was 60 or something like that. But there was like that going on. And then her little friend who she showed up to court for and who filed a declaration in her case, Brian Kuchar, he sues me at the same time with this phony restraining order, and they're trying to drag it out as well. So it's all in one, like basically in 1 week. It's like 3 different lawsuits in 3 different jurisdictions that I need to hire lawyers for who are licensed in those jurisdictions or who can get licensed, who can ad hoc BCHA in. And one of those things is about a 300-page document that I have to, I'm really the only person who could go through it and know what was true or not true. So I had to stop everything I was doing. I had to work from sunup to sundown, before and after, on trying to respond to these allegations. And it just became obvious that we weren't going to be able to do it in the time, because she waited literally 10 days before she even tried to serve it on me. And she didn't serve it through email. No. It was this like cardstock paper from Office Depot. So there's that. They tried to legally drown me, and I could swim. Did y'all know that your rising sign can change? My rising sign changed. Anyway, I'm a Pisces moon, baby. I could swim with the best of them. If you know, you know. Okay. Trying to get you to prove yourself. Well, I did. Judges, plural, have now agreed. Yep. They just want to drown you. I'm a Pisces moon, baby. I could swim with the best of them. I'm like a megalodon at swimming. I am a full moon baby. I was born on a full moon, almost to the exact like minute of the full moon. And I was born during Mercury in retrograde, which apparently means that I'm like psychic or something. I don't know. I know. It's trolly. I know. A chart relocation. I don't know what that means. Taurus moon, Pisces sun. Oh, I love Pisces. I love water signs, all of them. The only water sign without a shell. It's true. Aw. Oh, that is really cool, KT. Born the day after me. So like almost exactly 24 hours. Are you born the same year too? Welcome to memberships, Lysandra. I'm not a triple Pisces, but I am now a double Pisces. But for the longest, for like, I think until my Saturn return, I was a Virgo sun, Pisces moon, Aries rising, which is like the warrior, like the fire. And I'm sure y'all could see that. But I think in my Saturn return or right around that time, it started to shift. And now it's coming up as I am a Pisces rising, which I'm ready for my soft era. To be honest, I'm ready for the soft girl era. But I have a lot of earth and fire placements, and my North Node is Aquarius, which I think is really guiding me a lot. Okay. Oh, new moon. Oh, we're like twins. Virgo sun too. I'm not surprised to see a lot of earth and water in this chat from y'all. Okay, so let me pull up this finally without further ado. I told y'all this is going to be a long one. We're just here to kind of hang out today, okay? I don't want to feel rushed. Y'all know how I get. Yeah, my soft girl era. Yeah. Also, the Pisces is the oldest sign in the zodiac. I just learned that. And fiery, right. Virgo is the most psychic sign. I thought it was Pisces. But I'm both, so that makes sense. All right. Chronic Chronicles, hello. I saw you put something up recently too. Was it a short on YouTube you did? Okay, so let me pull up Lima's. Okay, this is Declaration of Lima Yevremovich. Okay. Let me pull it up. All right. Leo, I have a Leo connection in my chart too, because my South Node is in Leo. So I have a lot of the Leo energy. Been there, done that in the Leo. You know what I mean? All right. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Seriously, I feel like I'm just finally able to catch my breath from these abusive tactics. All right. So we're not reading this. I just want to show y'all what Lima filed that I had to respond to. And then we're going to read my declaration, which is my legal filed response to this, what we're scrolling through right now. But okay, so here's look, Declaration of Lima. So just so y'all know, like there's this form, this civil harassment protection restraining order, like you fill it out when you want to apply for a restraining order, right? It's like required form. I don't want to scroll on it live because I don't know what information is on there, personal info or whatever. But attached to that form is you can attach a declaration. And so Lima attaches a declaration. Now, did Lima sit there and type this with her own hands? I really do not know. I don't know how much of this like she wrote versus the lawyers. I have no idea. It's not unusual for a lawyer to kind of type their declaration up or whatever for the client. But it says Declaration of Lima Yarimovich. And again, y'all, what we're talking about right now is the California restraining order. She's trying to get a restraining order against me from talking about her, Ivan, Dahlia, Dia, or I think also Linda Omar online. Maybe not Linda. It might have only been Dahlia, Dia, and Ivan. I would have to go back and look. Okay, so she's saying I'm represented by this guy, Benjamin Kanani, who I did see in court Monday. She's saying all the stuff in here is true. I know all the matters. Y'all remember this sentence right here because it's laughable. I know all matters stated to be true except matters stated under information and belief, which I believe to be true. Okay. Okay. I reserve the right to a trial, blah, blah, blah. All right. She lived in Washington peacefully until I started making my videos, basically, right? And then she goes into just a bunch of, some stuff's like almost true. Some of it's like vaguely a white lie, and some of it's just patently false and just absolutely not true. And it's hilarious and also frightening that someone could put such a lie in a document under penalty of perjury. But yeah. So she's calling my stuff clickbait. She's talking about, putting my titles and my videos in here, and she puts all these exhibits, but I'm just going to scroll. Like, this is a very long document. Like, look where the bar is on the side. Look at the bar on the side. I'm scrolling. Look, I had to sit down and look at each and every one of these items, and I had to respond, and I had to pay lawyers to read all of it. And by had to pay, I mean, I haven't paid them all. Yeah. And this is just like, they put in like public stuff. Like, what's wrong with this? Public articles of incorporation that Lima incorporated a church. And she's like, look at this. But it's like, I had to go through each and everything. And the thing is, some of the stuff was very nonsensical. Some of it made no sense. And it's like, how do I even respond to this? What is even this? Like, hold on. Let me see if I can find this. What is this? What is this supposed to even be? It's just a picture of me. But I had to write in my declaration what the picture is and explain. I had to say, this is a screenshot. This is a screenshot of a selfie. This is not evidence for whatever she's claiming. Look at the scroll bar is still going. I had to go through every single thing. Look, it's still going. 283 pages, just this one document. And there was like 5-6 documents. There was a declaration from Linda Omar. There was a declaration from allegedly Dahlia Takali. I mean, that doesn't look like a real signature to me. So I don't know if this is even real. Like, I mean, I have reason to believe they do lie under penalty of perjury. So yeah, all right. Like, that's what I think. All right. Okay. So that was Lima's full of lies, bullshit stuff. And now we'll read mine, the moment you've been waiting for. Let me see some of y'all's comments. New comments. Diabolical, petty. Tara said, I sent you a link where I'm pretty sure she photoshopped something. I don't know if I saw that. This is a good question. Can I sue her for harassment? Well, first of all, I don't even have enough money for my defense, so I'm not going to probably be able to fund suing her. But if she files anything else, I think that I have a pretty much open and shut case for malicious prosecution, particularly considering she has openly conspired with Brian Kuchar, in my opinion, by going to his court hearing and, agreeing to go to his phony restraining order court hearing and getting him to write a long declaration for her court hearing. Like, it's obvious to me that that's them working in concert to maliciously prosecute. Welcome to memberships, that Ellen. That being said, hopefully she just gets the picture, learns her lesson, and realizes that what I'm doing is allowed and stops doing the malicious prosecution, I mean, at some point, I am going to have to probably file something because I can't pay to continue defending myself against malicious prosecution for the rest of my life. Um, Now, two courts have agreed that I have not done anything, and Lima has not proven and cannot prove that I've done anything that is beyond the scope of the First Amendment and the freedom of speech. Two different courts in two different states, two different jurisdictions, one federal, one state, have agreed to this. So hopefully Lima just gets the picture, and hopefully her lawyer just learns how that goes. If she does appeal the case, I will have to pay my lawyers to fight the appeal as well. And then, hopefully they hopefully, they continue to work and stuff like that. I mean, it's hard to know because people don't work for free. And so if I win, which I will, if she appeals, I will win. I will be entitled to recover my attorney's fees from that as well. The problem with that is I have to kind of first come up with that money to pay the people to fight the case to win the fees. You see what I mean? I already won them in the lower court, but her lawyer indicated that they are going to be appealing the California decision. And I'm assuming they're going to appeal the New Jersey decision as well. Because the court already dismissed it in New Jersey, but like I said, she amended it. When she amended it, I had to file a response to it, and there's going to be a upcoming conference on that in the first, I think, week of December. Hopefully that's all resolved, but even if the judge does the same thing that he already did in the first instance, which is dismiss her claims again, then she can still appeal it to a different court, to a higher court, which she may do, and I will have to pay to defend myself there too. So it's over in a way, but I'm assuming she's going to appeal because it seems like this organization of people, this loosely affiliated group of people, is very hell-bent on silencing me, or at least making me suffer for saying things I'm allowed to say about their behaviors, which include my opinions and commentary on public records. Okay, so it is harder to win an appeal. Yes, it is. I know. If y'all know anybody looking for a journal article title, a journal article topic for a legal journal, this case is full of them. I think you could start a whole journal based on this case. Exactly. It's frivolous. It was frivolous already, but it is definitely frivolous as she continues. Okay, let me get my water here. Okay. So here's my declaration. And this was filed September 25th, 2023. And it was a lot of work. This is, I don't even want to speculate, a several $1,000 document. I mean, my God. I spent days and days and days on this my own self, because I had to go through line by line, each and every one of Lima's allegations in her declaration and show how it either wasn't true what she was saying, or maybe it was true, but it's not exactly how she was saying it. Or yeah, some of the stuff she was saying, it was true and there was nothing wrong with it. So shut up. You know what I mean? Like, I had to go through though line by line. So this is what it looks like. The title is Declaration of, me in support of special motion to strike, pursuant to the anti-SLAPP law in California, and filed concurrently with a notice of motion and special motion to strike. Okay. So basically this, procedurally sort of functions similarly to a motion to dismiss or a motion for summary judgment. It's kind of similar to that, where in California, there's something called the anti-SLAPP statute. Anti-SLAPP is SLAPP is an acronym for SLAPP, which is strategic litigation against public participation. And SLAPP lawsuit is the type of lawsuit, such as here, where somebody files it under false pretenses. Like, really, the reason that she filed it is she just doesn't want me to talk about her on the internet anymore, I think. You know what I mean? And that's what a SLAPP lawsuit is where somebody will sue somebody for defamation or for a restraining order or something like that, where the person's actually exercising their free speech. And a kind of like quintessential type of case is a politician, like somebody running for office, and then there's somebody who's making commentary on them and criticizing them. And the politician or the aspiring politician will sue for defamation and say, you're ruining my chances at the political career, you're ruining my business, you're ruining whatever. And no. The underlying fundamental principle is that we are supposed to be able to speak about and even vigorously, zealously criticize, joke about, make fun of people running for office, right? Like, that's the quintessential case, is like, if you're running for president, you open yourself up to criticism. Sorry, I got a text. So that has been expanded into other realms, and it does exist in other realms other than just politicians. And it's anybody who thrusts themselves into the public eye. Now, in the New Jersey case, it was agreed upon. Lima didn't deny that she was, for the purposes of the legal argument, a limited purpose or a quasi public figure. So there's like three different prongs of public figure. You could be, or there's three different categories of person who could sue for defamation. One is a public figure. That's like Michael Jackson or Donald Trump or Joe Biden, right? Like, it's going to be very hard for you to sue anybody and win on defamation because you are thrust into the public eye. The public can criticize you. They still can win. But it's harder for them to win because they have kind of availed themselves to the public, for example. Then there's just private individuals, people like your grandma or your, uncle that get into a fight with Mr. Beast, and now Mr. Beast is dragging them across the internet, and they're just like private individuals or whatever, Then there's this kind of middle ground, but it is a public figure. And it's not quite like Britney Spears or Donald Trump or Joe Biden, but it's like, for the purposes of this context, they're a public figure. And that quasi or that limited purpose public figure is what Lima is by law in the New Jersey case. So it's also what she is by law everywhere because it's been established. She's conceded that she is a limited purpose public figure, right? So in California, if you're a public figure and you are inserting yourself into matters of public concern, including, for example, like Lima was, writing petitions to get bills and laws changed in Congress, soliciting donations from the public for her mental health business, for example. Her talking and availing herself to the public on very, very public platforms such as Soft White Underbelly, Adam 22, what's it called? No Jumper, and all of that. So these things are all taken into consideration, but like, she didn't even argue that she wasn't a public figure in New Jersey. So now we're in California over here with this restraining order. And if I can show to the court that Lima is a public figure engaged in public discussions of matters in the public interest, she's going to the California, the Los Angeles County Commission on Alcohol and Other Substances to tell everybody there that her sisters apparently had died and came back to life 7 times or whatever. And soliciting, I don't know what, support or whatever from whoever. She's at public meetings talking about issues of public concern, addiction, mental health, homelessness, insurance coverage, detox, rehab. I mean, these are things that are absolutely in the public concern and in the public interest. And in my opinion, the fact that she like to hold against me, and her declaration is she's got thousands of views and she's gotten all these followers and these views because of me. And if she weren't reporting on me, then she wouldn't even have all these views. And it's like, first of all, false, because I've definitely have other channels where we don't talk about her. And I have just as many views on those videos. One of them is my most viewed video of all time, has nothing to do with her. Don't mention her, don't say anything about her. Thank you, Brett Grace. What did Brett Grace say for the super chat? Thank you. Why didn't Lima sue the person who gave her the false autopsy report? I mean, your guess is as good as mine. Lima needs to realize this is just, I'm just reporting on a story. And I'm not even saying 100% of the stuff I say is facts and truth. A lot of the stuff I say is just my opinion. And I always couch it. I always say, this is just my speculation. And y'all hear me say that. I'm very reasonable about it. Why is Amanda Rabb on the thumbnail? Because Amanda Rabb and the reporting on Amanda Rabb is originally what caused her to sue me in the first place, because I was telling people that she did not honestly report on Amanda Rabb's cause of death. And Amanda Rabb is going to come up in this declaration, which is the main purpose of my video today. So, honest answer for your honest question. Lima should have come out and demanded a public clarification and apology. Yeah. Yes. Agreed. Electroshock of sorts through detoxing. Amanda Rabb. Yeah. Okay. I hope Lou M. Taylor and her associates are paying attention to these legal decisions. I do too. Thank you for the super chat as well. And I agree. I hope they are. She knew it was fake. You're the reason we are here. Not her. Yeah, exactly. And I'm about to say that in this declaration too, Violet. Okay. All right. So let me see. Here is my declaration. Okay. And I just thought we could read it. This one's 192 pages long, but a lot of these pages are exhibits. So I think mine's only about 40 pages. We'll see. Okay. So I say my name, I'm the respondent. Okay. All right. Here we go. Petitioner. So petitioner is Lima and respondent is me. And this is my declaration in response to Lima's declaration. And also this is my declaration in support of my motion to dismiss, basically, or motion to strike is what it is, based on the anti-SLAPP statute. So this declaration is technically supporting the motion that I made to basically dismiss this lawsuit. I'm not using the exactly correct legal terminology. I'm just using layman's terms. It's actually a motion to strike, which is different than a motion to dismiss, but it's operating similarly in this case. It results in the case being not in the court anymore and it's over. So that's kind of what I mean by that. So this declaration is kind of a response to Lima's declaration, but really it's a declaration supporting my motion to get rid of this case out of this court because it is infringing my free speech. Okay. So the first argument is, this heading up here, subheading or heading or whatever. Petitioner Lima's pending New Jersey suit should preempt this proceeding. That means my nose itches. It starts itching. Preempt. Yes. Preempt means like get rid of, like take the place of or whatever. Like you can't have it, no kind of thing. Eliminate, get rid of the need for or whatever. Right. So Lima filed a complaint for libel in the United States District Court in New Jersey. And we attached a copy as Exhibit 1. In New Jersey, Lima raises the same allegations that she does against me in this petition. So in my declaration where it's talking about me, it'll either say respondent or it'll say me or I, because it's technically supposed to be coming from my perspective. The court in the New Jersey action dismissed Lima's complaint without prejudice. We put a copy of the dismissal as Exhibit 2. The court found that my commentary was protected opinion. Now, if you're just joining or if you are a little bit lost, this is me telling the court in California about the court in New Jersey and saying, hello, Lima already tried to sue me in New Jersey and it was dismissed. That's basically this paragraph. The court found that my commentary was protected opinion. Lima has since filed an amended complaint in New Jersey. Lima knew that I was represented by lawyers at the time that she filed her lawsuit in California, but she intentionally failed to notify my lawyers of this petition, precluding me from appearing and representing my interests. This petition was filed within 3 weeks after the court dismissed without prejudice Lima's complaint in New Jersey. So I'm saying she filed this 3 weeks after the other one was already dismissed. So it's obviously just retaliation and she's just trying to get her pound of flesh. This is my declaration. That means it's just my opinion. This is what I'm saying. These are my beliefs, right? Remember the beginning part where it's like, I believe this to be true. Again, I just want to reiterate to everyone in case there's new people here. Please do not contact or send any messages, hateful or nice, to anybody that I mentioned in this video. I do not want you to contact anybody. I'm asking you to please not do so. We do not have to contact people to read things in the public record. I will not be directing anyone to contact anyone, and I have not done so. Just to reiterate. All right. I'm 33 years old. I live in New Jersey. I've never lived in California. I visited maybe 10 to 20 times. I create and publish entertaining, educational, and comedic commentary, opinion videos, and live streams on matters of public interest on various social media sites. Because you gotta think, the judge doesn't know who I am, so I have to introduce myself. Like many others who work in the creative fields, my content and my purpose for creating it varies with each project and has evolved over time. I expect this trend to continue. I began creating content in the summer of 2020, shortly after I earned my Juris Doctor degree from the University of Pennsylvania Law School. I did not have a substantial social media footprint at that time. I began covering Britney Spears and her conservatorship proceedings by creating short, explanatory videos on TikTok, focusing on court documents and business filings. I eventually became a leading advocate for the Free Britney movement. I began working at Winston & Strawn as a full-time associate in February 2021, and I did so until about 3 months after my start date, when Britney Spears' longtime business manager, Lou Taylor, hired the firm and demanded that I cease my coverage about her affiliation with an investment firm. And for those keeping track at home, that would be, that's right, Stonebridge Investment Counsel. I voluntarily resigned from the firm and continued to create content about various public interest topics, including congressional legislation, high-profile conservatorships, police, local government corruption, and lifestyle content about my daily life. I aim to apply the lessons and knowledge I learned from the Free Britney movement to future cases involving issues of public concern, such as conservatorship and disability rights abuses. Okay, so that was the introduction and background. Let's see what y'all are saying. Either responded like it was Blue's Clues. I was hoping y'all did. I wanted to give like a little bit of like the, see my chair in the back? Oh. Uh-huh, exactly. Yeah, uh-huh. Well, and Ivan was not at court to support his wife. So I thought that was interesting. Nobody came to court with her except some random investor. I think it was Luke Rochelo. I think it was him. And he was an investor. Lima was there, and then her lawyer, and that was it. So there was that. Okay. So the next, I'm trying to see how I can make this the biggest. I guess. Oh, I guess like I don't know how to make it bigger. Okay. In February. Okay. So yeah, I'm just like, all right. In February 2021, I started working as a lawyer. Lou Taylor came around and wanted me to stop making videos about her or whatever. So I quit. And then a year goes by. And then this section is entitled My Commentary of Public Figure Bam Margera and on Amanda Rabb. In February 2022, I became aware of Bam Margera's guardianship. As I investigated the details of Bam's case, I uncovered several concerning publicly available details about his guardian, the petitioner in this case. Specifically, that petitioner very publicly took responsibility for a 25-year-old woman's healthcare treatment after garnering significant public support, including financial support for her efforts. And then I put some receipts. So these are links, these blue things, they're hyperlinks. And so I put it for the judge to have the evidence. I put the evidence in. I just put it in, just in the paper as I said stuff. Look, I made a statement. I put the evidence. She took responsibility for a 25-year-old woman's healthcare treatment after garnering significant public support, including financial support for her efforts. Scholarship announcement video at 27. Amanda update video at 13 minutes 50 seconds. Maybe if this doesn't take too long, we can go back through it and I can click on these links and y'all can just see what the judge would have seen. Let's see. Here we go. Okay. This young woman, Amanda Rabb, was described by petitioner's associate Mark Leta as a, quote, crack-addicted prostitute and a little street urchin on his YouTube channel, Soft White Underbelly. So then I put receipts for that to back it up because, I already know they're going to say I'm lying about everything. So I put receipts for everything. Petitioner transferred Amanda across state lines to a facility in Las Vegas affiliated with petitioner's organization where Amanda tragically lost her life. Petitioner has made public her efforts at treating Amanda and about her company, Aura. I received Amanda's autopsy report through a public records request. It revealed that, in my opinion, Lima had lied about Amanda's cause of death and was not truthful about the drugs in Amanda's system at the time of her passing. So, in my opinion, petitioner lied about the cause of death of a woman over whom she had exercised healthcare decision-making and financial control. When I made requests, again, y'all, I'm reading a public document. I'm reading a public record. This is public record and I'm just reading it. When I made requests for Lima to explain the discrepancy in the cause of death and the drugs in the system, they went unanswered. I began making videos documenting my investigation and alerting the public about Amanda's death. I believe that petitioner sued me to silence me. My mission is to find the truth. When I find it, my mission is to spread the truth. The truth is that Amanda Rabb died from cardiac arrhythmia, not a seizure disorder, as petitioner inaccurately reported to the public. The truth is that Amanda Rabb had far more than, quote, only Tylenol in her system at the time of her passing, which is not what petitioner reported to the public. The truth is that Dahlia Takali accused her mother of bleep trafficking and sending men to bleep her in December 2022, and those accusations have gone ignored. The truth is that Bam Margera has accused Lima of abusing him through an insurance rehab scam known as the Florida Shuffle, and he has referred to her as the worst guardian ever. On September 25th, 2023, Bam made a public statement on social media denouncing petitioner and the actions she took as his ex-guardian. Coverage concerning Lima's lifestyle predates my coverage. As mentioned previously, my coverage dates back to February 2022. But public criticism of petitioner and Aura began at least as early as September 2020. I relied on this public criticism to direct my initial investigation when I learned of Lima's guardianship over Bam. As early as September 2020, a year and a half before my coverage began, Lima and her friend Mark Leta publicly discussed the quote, lots of negative comments they had received on their videos featuring Lima and Ara. These lots of negative comments predated my coverage by more than 2 years. Y'all see that? Because she tried to blame it all on everything's going wrong in her damn life because of me. The sisters are doing this and that, and the mom's doing this, and they're moving and they're doing all this, but that doesn't explain these, quote, lots of negative comments that y'all been getting since a year and a half before I ever even knew y'all existed. And here's a receipt. Look, there's been lots of negative comments. 11-minute, 32-second mark. This is where in the video where it was. Now, who do y'all think had to spend their time tediously going through and getting all this evidence? Me. I did. Petitioner calls Bam her friend, but he's publicly stated that Lima is the worst guardian ever, and it has been publicly reported that she orchestrated and encouraged his inhumane treatment in a publicly reported insurance scam known as the Florida Shuffle. So I put my little receipts here and here. Bam has publicly described being stalked and harassed by Lima and by a documentary film crew that he believes Petitioner hired to rehabilitate her reputation. He has publicly stated that every time he escapes or leaves, Lima would track him down and, quote, find out his location and or use his GPS coordinates from Bam's phone to track him down and send him to yet another round of involuntary psychiatric treatment. And I included a receipt. He describes being held in 10 rehabs, quote, against his will. He told me he is afraid of Petitioner, which is Lima, and wishes to avoid all contact with Lima in the future. Bam made a public statement on September 25th, 2023, reiterating his claims that Lima had, quote, trapped him in the Florida Shuffle. Because she had said that I'm the reason her and Bam don't talk anymore and I've turned Bam against her. No, that was her own actions, according to Bam. That was her, not me. I've never stated that Petitioner was controlling or harming Bam, and there is no evidence in her declaration that I did. So Lima did something in her declaration a lot, and she said that I said stuff. Then she would pretend to attach an exhibit that would prove that I had said this. For example, she, paraphrasing here, but she had claimed that I said she is controlling Bam or harming him. She says that. And then she says, like, C exhibit, whatever. F. You go to F and it's like, that don't support that. That has nothing to do with that. What are you talking about? But it's like, if the judge didn't actually go back to the exhibit and look at it, he would have granted a temporary restraining order because it appeared, and I believe the judge was misled, in my opinion, to believe something that wasn't true. So in any event, it was considered and deemed to be a slap suit, and now she owes me attorney fees. So, back to this. I never stated that she is controlling or harming Bam, and she provides no evidence that I said this or whatever. Lima claims that she, quote, gave up her guardianship to appease me. Right? Here's another one, right? If you're just a random judge, let me actually pull up hers too. Because I want to show y'all exactly what she said here. Okay, let me see if I can do like a control F thing. Okay. Here y'all go. Okay, here we go. Y'all want to play? They wanted to play. They wanted to play around. They wanted to go all Jan Geigler and put stuff in italics. So I guess we're going to play. Okay. Here's Lima's restraining order request. See paragraph 31? I voluntarily gave up my guardianship of Bam to appease respondent. Okay, you see this? Keep it in mind. I voluntarily gave up my guardianship. This is look, real quick. What page are we on here? 5. Let's see, hold on. Let's get to the see this? I declare under penalty of perjury. That means it's a crime to lie. Okay, just saying, just saying. What in the hell is up with that signature? Who even knows? It looks like the Internet of Things. I'll say that. So she declares under penalty of perjury that everything she just said was true and correct. And one of those things she said, for example, was this. Hold on, let me get to page 5. Where are we? Here we are. I voluntarily gave up my guardianship of BAM. And look, you see, she even tells you what she thinks about it. My guardianship. It was my guardianship, not the guardianship, not I voluntarily resigned as BAM's guardian. No. I voluntarily gave up something she feels entitled to clearly. My guardianship of BAM. Y'all see that? It isn't the guardianship. It isn't BAM's guardianship. It's my guardianship, she said. But she does tell you here she voluntarily gave it up. All right, well, let's just roll the receipts. Because if I'm a judge and I'm reading this on the first instance, I'm like, well, damn, I mean, goddamn, this woman gave up a guardianship to appease her. Okay, yeah, all right. I voluntarily gave up my guardianship. Okay, so here's my response to that. I'll show y'all. Lima claims that she voluntarily, quote, gave up her guardianship to appease me. But that is impossible. This is my declaration to the court. This is filed. You can go find it. It's public record. She claims she gave up the guardianship to appease me, but that is impossible. The Arizona Superior Court in Maricopa County ordered BAM into a temporary 1-year guardianship on June 11th, 2021. Here's a link for the judge. This temporary guardianship lasted for a year. It expired on June 10th, 2022 by court order. There was no guardianship for Lima to give up to appease me. This was another intentional, inaccurate statement of Lima. Look at the receipt. Y'all tell me. This is the receipt from the Maricopa County Superior Court. The temporary appointment expires June 10th, 2022. So how on earth could she have voluntarily given it up to appease me when it just expired? Anybody? Anybody? Okay, moving on. I have not made accusations that Lima controlled or abused BAM, and she makes no attempt to provide this court with even one single example of one instance of me making this accusation. She just says it like as if I did it. I believe petitioner Lima is using the legal system to harm me for stating my opinion about her conduct. And I do believe this still. All right. So in California's anti-SLAPP statute, they will consider something in the public interest if it is something that is up for discussion by a legislative body. I don't have the exact terminology on me right here, right now, but basically if something is up for debate, if something is up for discussion by a legislative body or a judicial body, which means a court case, then it's in the public interest for purposes of the SLAPP statute in California. So I have to prove it's in the public interest. Remember, I'm trying to show the judge all the stuff I'm talking about is public interest. It's of public concern. I'm allowed to talk about this because it's kind of like that old thing of like, don't run for president if you don't want to be criticized. It's kind of like, don't solicit funds from the public and try to get laws changed and take over people's health care and be a celebrity guardian if you don't want people to criticize you publicly, because you're kind of thrusting yourself into it, right? So I'm trying to show the judge here specifically that Lima is a lobbyist. I don't know if she meets the legal definition of it, but it's something up at issue for the purposes of the SLAPP statute, which the judge didn't actually ultimately end up even deciding on this issue, I don't think, but I did include it, so we'll read it here. Lima explicitly invited public discussion, criticism, and debate when she authored not only one, but two separate petitions that would financially enrich her own business venture. The recipients to whom these petitions are addressed are, number one, the President of the United States via whitehouse.gov, and number two, insurance companies, including United Health, Cigna, Aetna, Kaiser, Anthem, Humana, CVS, Centene Corp, WellCare, Blue Cross, and others. Excuse me. One of Lima's petitions has received well over 25,000 signatures, is still collecting signatures from the public to this very day. In the whitehouse.gov petition, petitioner requests that the President of the United States mandate technology in mental health treatment and insurance for long-term care. So I'm basically just trying to say, Your Honor, please, for the love of God, the woman is writing petitions with tens of thousands of signatures on them to the President of the United States, and I'm not allowed to comment on it. For God's sake, give me a break. Please, please, please. And then I put in some receipts. Petitioner has advertised at least one of these petitions as recently as September 2022, a month after she filed the New Jersey lawsuit. So even after she filed the lawsuit against me in New Jersey, she's still promoting this petition, September 2022. The change.org petition, which is still also gathering signatures, which is still gathering signatures, includes a direct quote, call to action for the U.S. federal government. So not only is she writing letters to the president, not only is she writing them and addressing petitions to all of the biggest insurance companies on planet Earth, but also asking to mandate the government through the United States federal government to implement things that would, frankly, benefit her and her business financially. So I feel like I don't have to say nothing else. I feel like, hello, public interest. Like, I don't even need these extra 40 pages. But because there was lies, and in my opinion, lies, and untruthful statements, regardless if it was intentional or not, then I had to keep going. Okay. Factual statements are based on public information. Okay. It is my practice, and as I have here, to only rely on publicly available documents and information in my investigations. I have redacted personal identifying information such as residential addresses, phone numbers, and in particular, social security numbers before publishing any such information. Attached hereto collectively as Exhibit 3 are public documents from which I obtained information which were identified as exhibits in Lima's petition. Okay. So basically, an Exhibit E, I attached a bunch of examples for the court to see of all the ways that I do go out of my way to redact, even on public stuff, even on public information. I go out of my way to redact. Also, I just want to make a side comment here. There's been one time that I can remember where I did do this practice where I redacted everybody's information, everything. But unbeknownst to me and inadvertently, truly accidentally, I left like the end, like maybe the last few seconds of something, the screen had moved, and then the what's it called? The sensor block didn't go over somebody's address. So I did accidentally, like I thought that I had censored it sufficiently, but it was showing still on one part, right? Like I had censored it a lot of it, but part of it was still showing. I didn't realize that when I premiered the video. I didn't realize that. I never realized it. Well, the person whose address was shown briefly accidentally, he did report it to YouTube, like through a privacy thing or whatever. And YouTube made me aware and gave me an opportunity to review it. And so I reviewed and I realized, oops, and I actually did feel bad about it because I don't want to publish anybody's home address. If I have ever done that, it has either been because I did not know it was their home address and it was on a public record, or it was truly an accident and I meant to cover it up or whatever. I've said this to Lima through my lawyers many times. I reiterate it to anybody listening here. If I ever actually do share your home address, phone number, social security number, personal stuff like that, I'm not talking about, your public record business filing and, it's Lou Taylor's office. No, like home stuff. I'm not trying to do that. And no matter how much I don't like somebody, I'm never trying to do that. It's just like a stoop too low thing. I know how it feels whenever somebody does share your address, because Lima has now doxed me in this court filing. She didn't have to put my address in there and she did, and she repeatedly does. Because she's trying to dox me and she's trying to make lunatics show up to my house, in my opinion. That's what I think. But what do I know? I'm just a conspiracy theorist. Yeah, true. True. Isabella, a guardian could take away someone's life insurance. Just reading somebody else's comments. Okay. Yeah. So I've never wanted or intentionally put out there somebody's like personal private home address, and that's not something that I would want to do. If I've accidentally done that, I've asked Lima to show me where, and I will redact it. No lawyers and no Lima has ever shown me exactly where I ever actually allegedly did that. And just to be very, very clear, that is only because I feel like it. Public records are public. Anybody could conceivably go make the same FOIA requests as me, look up the same business records as me, and have access to Lima's address, because she chose to put home addresses on business filings, which I was not aware of until after I started reporting on them. Once I became aware of that, I always redacted to my knowledge. And again, I'm happy to redact stuff. This isn't about, I have the right to publish Lima's home address. I never said that. And it's not my intention or my point. So I say that to the court basically here. It is my practice to rely on public documents and info in my investigations. I have redacted personal identifying information such as residential addresses, phone numbers, and in particular, social security numbers before publishing any public information. Attached is Exhibit 3, where I give the court some examples of where I've done that. I receive information through public records requests that do contain personal information, such as phone numbers and residential addresses. Less frequently, they may contain social security numbers, but it has been my practice to always redact social security numbers and phone numbers before disseminating the public records further to the public. Below, I will provide examples from 4 of my videos. This list is non-exhaustive and serves to demonstrate the care and diligence with which I treat this type of information in my publications. Okay, so I'm saying, look, Your Honor, I have Exhibit 3 attached here. You can go and look, but you don't even have to flip. I'm gonna just give you 4 examples here to show you how I usually do and what my standard practice is. A, or, the first example. September 13th, 2022. The truth about Bam Margera's escape. That's Surprise Witness TV. In this video, I discuss a police report that I received from the Delray Beach Police Department in response to a public records request for it. This police report included petitioner's business address and phone number, but I redacted them in my publication, and then I put the receipt, so the judge could just click on the video and go straight to the link himself if he wanted. Not only did I redact petitioner's phone number and address, but I also did so for Bam and another witness on the report, demonstrating my standard redaction practice. The only phone number I left unredacted belonged to the facility manager from whence Bam supposedly escaped. So I left the facility number unredacted because it's public knowledge that's where he was. I also verbally state in this video that I, quote, have redacted Lima's address, even though this is a publicly available police report. And I gave them the link for that. The second example of my redaction practice is B, September 27, 2022, Dia and Dahlia timeline. Where are Lima's twin sisters? In this video, I discuss a restraining order petition that Dahlia filed in Los Angeles on August 17th, 2021. I obtained this public court filing from the official Los Angeles court website, where it is still available today for members of the public to access. Despite the document being a publicly accessible court filing, I followed my standard redaction practice, cropping the filing to redact Dahlia's address, phone number, and other identifying information from being seen in my video. And I provided a link and also a picture. So as you can see here, I have the picture of the video and the timestamp, stopped here. And here's the video. And I had, look, it's cropped. It's not showing the address. I cropped it. I also state verbally in this video that I have decided not to include the address of the twins here in the video, but just to remind y'all, it's public information. Lima was therefore on notice that this was a public filing and the information was public. Third example, December 20th, 2022. Where's Dahlia Takali? Still missing. BJ investigates. In this video, I discussed Dahlia being reported missing in Los Angeles in December 2021 and some of her public social media posts since that time. I mentioned that Dahlia had posted her home address publicly in 2 of her most recent YouTube videos, published in March 2022. In the video, I again state that I will not publish the address, even though Dahlia herself did publicly post the address more than once, prominently on her YouTube channel. I make reference to and show the video where Dahlia publicizes her address, but I go to great lengths to redact the address itself by censoring or obscuring it in various ways. So I'm saying, yeah, I'm telling people she posted her own address, but I am not posting her address. I go actually to a great extent. I go to great lengths to hide the address actively, which I did not have to do. It's a public video that's up still right now. But I did because I'm a good person, and you get sued anyway, but thank God the anti-SLAPP came in and saved the day. Okay. Below are screenshots taken from Dahlia's YouTube page showing the address in the description box below the video, which appears publicly for the entirety of the 2 videos. These videos, which can be found here and here, are still posted publicly and still prominently display the address. These screenshots were taken on September 23rd, 2023. Now, I am going to not show y'all that for the same reasons we're discussing right now, even though it is public information. And I'm going to scroll to underneath the pictures. Below are just some of the ways I redacted the address in my December 2021 video alone. Actually, it's 2022. That girl, she had a typo. This 2022. But I did say it. Let me scroll up. Hold on. I did say it up here when the video is from. Oh, shoot. I wasn't trying to show it. Okay. See, it's from 2022. I set it up here. So let me scroll past the address. Okay. So below are just some of the ways I redacted in that video. I redacted her address even though she made it public. To be clear, this extensive redaction process is intentional and tedious. It takes immense time, effort, thought, diligence, and labor. So I'm telling the judge, like, Your Honor, it's not an accident. I'm covering up this address. I actually was doing it to avoid exactly what is going on here, which is I didn't want anybody making any allegations that I was doxing or whatever. Even though it is public, I was going above and beyond abundance of caution. I'm saying, look, this is not an accident. It's not just like, oh, it's the same to me one way or the other. No, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work because I'm trying to tell a story. It's very hard to tell a story when you're constantly censoring yourself. But I do because I don't want to be accused of this heinous crap that they're accusing me of. And they did it anyway. They didn't give me no credit for redacting these addresses. No, they just lied and said I published the address. No, I didn't. They gave no evidence for it. So I'll give some examples to the court. In just this one video alone, how I redact the address. Here, the address is hidden behind my body. And look, I paused it on this caption, even though one of these twins did put their address out there. So yeah, look, can y'all see the address in this? No, because it's behind my body on purpose. I covered it up on purpose, censored it on purpose. Here, the address is obscured with a digital censoring tool. See the blur? You probably can't see it. It's like a little bit grainy now. Here, multiple redactions are made, covering not only the address itself, but also the neighboring house number and the Google Earth map view. As demonstrated in the below screenshot, the house number is hidden behind a Tylenol label. The neighboring house number is also redacted using a photograph. The coordinates in the top left corner are obscured with a digital censoring tool, and so is the map in the bottom left corner. And finally, the license plate numbers are censored with a blurring tool. So I'm showing the judge, look, Your Honor, seriously, top left corner, blurred it out. Bottom left corner, blurred it out. House number, blurred out with Lima. Other house number, Tylenol blurring it out. License plates, blurred. It's all censored. And this was on purpose. This is my practice. I want the addresses censored. I want them to be censored. It's on purpose. If I accidentally didn't censor them somewhere, I will take it down. I will. But I've not been presented with anywhere where I actually did that, just allegations of it. In this clip from the same video, the street address on the street is entirely hidden by a photograph. So now we're talking about this one right here. So see Lima, she's hiding the street address from Google. The house number is hidden behind a Tylenol label. The neighboring house number is obscured by my own head. And the location and address are redacted in the upper and lower left-hand corners using a digital censoring tool. And then I gave them the link to the video too. Then the final example, May 9th, 2023. Dalia Takali found Lima's twin sisters, huge update. In this final example video, I state that I have not had a chance to redact the publicly available documents to my own personal standard, even though the information was included in public records. So I did not show the records on camera in their entirety. I then discuss one of petitioner's publicly filed guardianship applications. I verbally state that I will, quote, blur some of this out, even though it is a publicly available document that she filed with a court. Petitioner's social security number was redacted from this document when I received it, so it was redacted when I republished it. I even predicted in this video that Lima would nevertheless take issue with my coverage, even though I was further redacting already public records. I state in part that I knew petitioner would, quote, try and act like I'm sharing her personal info, even though it's on a public court filing. Even now, I still believe petitioner aims to punish me for my opinions, which are based on public information. The examples above represent only a very small sampling, demonstrating the extraordinary lengths to which I have gone to redact and censor already publicly available information, including phone numbers, addresses, and especially social security numbers before publishing my findings. I took these steps and many others to redact, for example, Dalia's address, even though it was made public multiple times in court filings, missing persons bulletins, and at least twice on Dalia's own YouTube channel. All of these disclosures of the addresses were publicly accessible, independent of my coverage, and they all remain publicly accessible today. That was the thing about it. It was like they didn't even take down the addresses on the YouTube videos and stuff. Like, I'm pretty sure it's still up. I haven't checked recently, but at the time that this was filed in September 2 months ago, it was still up. The address. Dahlia had her own address up in the description box of 2 videos, like independent of anything I ever said. Like, it was already up. I didn't put it up. And then when I did report on it, I hid the address. Not good enough for her. Okay. Lima is correct in her assertion that I, quote, continued to post YouTube videos and social media posts about her. Because the more I looked into the very public case of Amanda Rabb's death under Lima's organization, ARA, the more, or Ara's Care or whatever, the more evidence surfaced of what I believe were lies set forth in the public record. So Lima was like, she just kept making videos. Yeah, I did. Because the more I looked, like I've said many times, the more I found. And it was all public. Petitioner Lima did not accurately report the toxicology reports issued. Report on is what that should say. That's a typo. Lima did not accurately report, like, to the public on the toxicology reports issued by the Clark County coroner in the autopsy report. And she falsely stated that at the time of Amanda's death, she only had Tylenol in her system when in fact she had hydralazine HCl, losartan, gabapentin, clonidine, risperidone in her system. I make content about a variety of public interest subject matters, and I focus my work on issues of significant public concern. Despite petitioners, I had written rabid and my lawyer took it out, but I had said, despite petitioners' rabid insistence to the contrary, my social media following is not one of my priorities whenever I cover topics. That said, I do hope that other people and hopefully news organizations and federal agencies will investigate my stories. Because she was trying to say that everything I do is for clicks and likes, which even if it was, like, that's so what? Like, people can do stuff for any reason they want to, but that's not the reason I do stuff. If I did, then I would have a very different looking channel. Okay. Okay. My next kind of like argument or whatever, or section of arguments is my commentary on petitioner Lima is based on public information or is my opinion. And this is like the crux of the argument, really. And this is kind of the argument in New Jersey too, although it's like slightly different. Lima is correct that my most popular YouTube channel has grown from less than 100 to over 100,000 followers in less than a year since she became the subject of my posts. The channel she references, BJ Investigates, currently has around 133,000 subscribers. I think we're up to like 144 now. I created the channel as a collaborative project with a friend in April 2022. Citing no evidence at all, Lima attempts to take credit for our tireless work and the reason people watch my videos. I started another joint channel with another friend this year in February 2023. That channel, which doesn't have any video featuring Lima, went from 0 subscribers to 55,000 in 7 months. So meaning she's not the reason people watch me, obviously. Additionally, at least 3 of these videos on BJ Investigates that petitioner takes issue with are direct responses to petitioner's own words or actions. First, the emergency update video was a call to action asking my subscribers for help with the legal fund for my defense against petitioner's New Jersey action, where petitioner's original complaint was dismissed without prejudice. The emergency update was the very next video after my first one about Amanda Rabb. Another was my reaction to petitioner's own most recent YouTube video wherein she dressed herself like me, styled her hair like mine, and made fun of me and others of her critics. Indeed, the thumbnail of this reaction video says my response in all caps. The third is another response to an interview in which Lima appeared on the No Jumper podcast, where she and the host made false assertions about me and made fun of me. No Jumper has an audience of 4.6 million subscribers. Millions plural, more than all my channels combined. Petitioner Lima seeks to punish me for opinions I stated on a far smaller platform than the one to which she availed herself to make fun of me. Hello? I made 2 videos mentioning petitioner on BJ Investigates before she threatened to sue me in federal court, which she did in the New Jersey action. Her litigation has required me to continue my investigation and continue publishing my findings because, in addition to reporting on a story of public concern, I must now also defend myself in a slap suit. In addition to this action, petitioner's friend, Brian Scott Kuchar, has filed a similar harassment action against me in Georgia, which has been dismissed. I rely on donations from the public to fund my legal defense. I have never directed anyone to approach or threaten Lima, and I do not wish for anyone to do so, and I really mean it. Indeed, I include the language, quote, "Do not send hate to any individual or brand mentioned in this video," in almost every single one of my videos, including those mentioning Lima. And then I included a exhibit to show proof of, my little Cybertruck thing, and the BJ Investigates one too. To the extent petitioner has received death threats, that is abhorrent and inexcusable. I have not, do not, and will not promote or endorse any type of physical violence or violent threats of any kind. I have repeatedly stated verbally and in writing that nobody should contact petitioner, her family, or anyone else mentioned in my videos. I've even gone so far as to tell my audience not to comment at all, even questions or nice comments. Example, July 24th of this year, missing twin begs cops to arrest mother, body cam footage. Now, something y'all should know, Lima has privacy complained on the body camera footage, and she has gotten it removed. This public record wherein Dahlia Takali accuses her mother, Linda Omar, in Tulsa, Oklahoma, of bleep trafficking. She accuses the Tulsa Police Department of not doing their jobs and putting her mother in jail. We see the police officer from the Tulsa Police Department ignoring allegations of trafficking. It got deleted now because of privacy complaints. So it's no longer up, but at the time of writing this, it was. So I included a link for the judge. And I believe that is evidence spoliation. I think Lima is illegally or improperly, in my opinion, in my belief, spoiling evidence that I'm going to need to defend myself at trial, or, hopefully it doesn't ever get to trial because it's frivolous. So I cite this body camera footage and I say, in this video, I show one of 2 body camera footage videos that I received in response to a public records request for them. I downloaded this video myself from the official public records portal of the Tulsa Police Department. Before the body camera footage is shown, I state, quote, "Please do not contact or attempt to contact any person mentioned in this video. If you would like to redress your grievances with your government or your public servants, please do so peacefully and cordially." And then I gave the minute mark. In addition to the verbal disclaimer, I provided a text disclaimer over my voice with an all caps text that reads, "Do not contact or attempt to contact anyone mentioned." I added yet another disclaimer in the description box of the video, which reads in part, "Please do not contact or attempt to contact anyone mentioned in this video. If you would like to redress your grievances, please do so peacefully and cordially in Tulsa Police non-emergency line," and I included it. Then, July 25th also of this year, woman busted giving false info to cops, caught on body camera. Again, another body camera footage. In this video, I show the other officer's body camera footage from the Tulsa, Oklahoma incident. Again, I state anyone wishing to redress grievances with the public servants should do so peacefully, and that I would, quote, "strongly recommend and request that you refrain from contacting any other people mentioned or shown in this video." Again, this video is for transparency and accountability. It is a public record that was provided to me through a public records request. Despite my best efforts, I cannot control others' actions nor their speech any more than petitioner can. That's Lima. Despite how much I try, Your Honor, I cannot control other people. Just like Lima can't control other people that she's so mad about. I can't control them. I disclaim any affiliation or association with anyone participating in violence or threats of violence. I disclaim any affiliation. Lima states that I have become, quote, caustic and retaliatory, but provides no specific examples, so I can't really respond adequately to that accusation. I am a prolific content creator, and I am a passionate advocate. Next, my postings regarding Lima's church on publicly released information. So one of her arguments was I am cyber stalking her or whatever at her place of worship. Let me actually pull her allegation up on this one so y'all can see what she. Okay. So now we're back on Lima's thing, and I've control F the word church. So page 2, she says, I doxed her and her family, which is not true. It's just simply not true. Specifically, publicly posting my family's home addresses, provided no evidence for that. The name and address of the church I attend in Los Angeles, my phone number and my social security number, as well as the names and photos of my husband, sisters, mother-in-law. Okay. There's more things about the church. The address of my church in California. Again, right? She posted about my church. So she's kind of almost trying to make it seem like I'm like committing some type of hate crime or something, right? Like, oh, the church, like, oh no, like she's stalking her at her church, right? She said I was doxing her at her church. Well, let's see what I had to say about that in my declaration. So I say, oh my goodness, who gave this $50? Hold on a second. Who gave this super chat? Oh, I'm losing it. Oh, here we go. Thank you, Pinehelm Holler. Congrats on the big win. Hope you take yourself out to a celebratory dinner. People asking you to return money from your legal funder to Lulu. I don't have any idea why anybody would expect that. I told y'all from the very beginning, and people ask me, and I think it's a fair question. From the very beginning, they asked, number one, are you going to try and get these fees back? And number two, if you do, what are you going to do with that money? First of all, I'm most likely not going to be able to get my fees back in New Jersey, which is the most expensive one. I have no idea how much it is up to now, but it's certainly over 100,000. It's probably over 150. It might be over 200,000 at this point. I'm just paying as much as I can as I go. And 100% of the funds from the legal fund, from the GoFundMe, 100% of them are either already with the lawyers or in the account waiting to get sent to the lawyers. 100%. Now, if I get the money back from the California case, which would only be a very small percentage of the total money that I've had to pay, and inconceivably, if there was some amount left over, I've said this before, but just to reiterate, I would take the money and put it back in this bank account. I opened a bank account specifically only for legal fund donations at a different bank than my regular bank. And I have not commingled those funds. They have gone straight from the fundraiser into the bank account and straight from the bank account wired to the lawyers. I am happy to show y'all proof of that after I make a couple more payments. Just because I have other stuff to do, but I will show y'all proof of that. And that is the truth. And if you don't believe me, you don't have to. That's fine. It don't matter. Don't give me money. You don't have to. But there's like, it's not even, it's just, and that's what shows me that this is just simply just trolls. And it's not even like good faith criticism, because how would you even facilitate a return of that money? Like, how would you even facilitate it? Like, everybody going to line up and I'm going to write them a check for, like, nobody that gave money was given money hoping to get it back. People gave money, donated money to the legal fund to help fund my defense. I'm very appreciative of that. And I need a lot more money, unfortunately. It wasn't enough yet, but I'm just going to keep doing the right thing. And I know that it's all going to work out for me. I don't want anybody to feel bad if you can't. Oh man, my nose is just. I don't want anybody to feel bad if you can't donate or anything like that. It's really no pressure. If you could and you want to help in some way, like the video, share the video, investigate, start a channel, do something like that. But the thing about returning money is it's just people are mad I won. Some people are not even people. They're robots. Some people are legitimately just fake. Like it's not even people. Coming from troll farms. Got a video on that coming. And there are an amount of people that don't like me. They're probably possessed with Satan or something. I really don't know. I mean, if you don't like me, something is wrong with you. That's what I will say. But people are mad I won. And now they're saying crazy, insane shit. Like I should donate back. I should give back legal money donations when I'm already like just the donations alone are not enough to cover probably even half, frankly, of my legal bills. This California case is a very small percentage of it. And I have told y'all repeatedly, and it is the truth, and I will stick to my word, and I have stuck to my word. 100% of the funds from the GoFundMe are going straight to that bank account. I do not even have a debit card to swipe for that bank account. Like, I don't even think I activated it. Maybe I did. Maybe I had to or something, but I don't spend money out of that account. I never have. It goes straight to lawyers. And if ever I do get some type of like huge donation or all my money back miraculously or something like that, it's going right back in that account, straight back there. And it will be used to defend myself for the next lawsuit if somebody thinks they're going to sue me. And if nobody ever sues me, it'll just sit there as a legal defense fund. That's what I'm doing with it. I will not be returning any money. I've never said that I would return any money. I've always anticipated that at least some of my fees would be reimbursed, which will then go to pay for this other more expensive lawsuit in New Jersey. And if there's leftover money there, it'll just be a legal fund. And people were happy about that. So people saying I need to refund people's money also didn't even donate. They're just saying, are you going to donate all the people's money back? Like other people. Why are you worried about other people's money? Shut up. Anyway. I know. It's like 3 Twitter accounts and they are obsessed. And thank you for the super chat very much too. Oh, my nose is so itchy. Okay. It's just trolls. I know. And they're probably getting paid for it. I mean, that's just my opinion. I know. And the thing about it is like, I sleep just fine at night. Like, it's not like I'm like up at night, like, oh no, they're going to find out what I did with the legal fund. No, I have a very prestigious law firm of all stars working for me. It ain't cheap. Y'all know how much lawyers cost. Y'all see the public record of all these bullshit things that they filed on me. Y'all see where the money's going. And now it's going to be public record whenever they file for their fees in California. So I hope the accounts talk about that too. I'm sure they will. They have nothing else to do apparently all day. Get a job. Thank you so much, Tara. See, I donated, never expected, and I don't want any back. There's always more legal fees than what you get. I mean, and other stuff too. Like I had to fly to California. And it's like, again, if you're not like inclined to donate or you just can't or something like that, that really is fine. I'm not trying to make anybody do anything. I've already said many times, I'm uncomfortable even asking. I don't like asking for help. I definitely don't like asking for money. I don't like it. But unfortunately, I'm not making big law money anymore. And I can't afford it. I need help. And thank you to the people who have help. I know. You see that? I got some Twitters. I got some theories on it too. Yeah, you that bitch when you cause all that conversation. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Zan. Okay. I'm dead right now. You crack me up. I'm from Jersey and legal fees are cray cray. I know. Exactly. Trolls bound. Thank you. Let Danielle tell you. Okay. So what did Lima say? Okay. So she said that I had went all doxed her at her church and stuff, right? So here's what I had to say. In her declaration, Lima does not make clear which church in Los Angeles she is referring to. I will assume she is talking about the United House of God Church, which she founded with her friend and business associate, Albert Manero Jr., 3 days before Amanda Rabb's tragic passing while under Lima's care. And I included the receipt. Oh, well, let me click. Okay. The church address is a matter of public record. Petitioner Lima filed public paperwork with the California Secretary of State in connection with incorporating this church. She listed residential addresses in her public business filings. Petitioner has herself made her home addresses public information. If she's talking about the St. Sava Serbian Orthodox Church of San Gabriel, where she was baptized in May of 2019, that was Alexander Sasha Poparik's Instagram profile that publicly, proudly featured a series of photographs from petitioner's 2019 baptism for years before I ever knew they existed. The exact location of this church was prominently displayed above the set of photographs. Lima seeks this court to restrict my protected speech based on my republication of already public information. And then I included the pictures. Like, this was public. This was on someone's public Instagram. I just took screenshots and talked about it. Lima confuses public and private information. I began following Alexander Sasha Poparik's Instagram account sometime in 2022 or 2023. At the time that I followed the account, it was public. The supposedly private ceremony that Lima describes was on this public Instagram account for at least 3 or 4 years before I republished it. The fact that Alexander made his account private after my investigation began is irrelevant to the fact that the images, as well as the church name and address, were public for years. Lima seeks an injunction, seeking to prevent my exercise of speech from this court for doxing, at the same time that her Aura website has prominently featured my home address on its landing page for months. Link. 3, here's the page archived as of August 26th. Here's the page archived the day before, 3 days before her action was dismissed. And here's the page archived again as far back as February 2023. So since February 2023, I'm showing the court proof my address has been doxed. I've been doxed on Lima's website. If this is doxing, then that's doxing. Which one is it? Is she doxing or not? Because if she's not, then I'm not. I'm not doxing. It's a rhetorical question. Petitioner, Lima, learned in the New Jersey action that if she informs me of a specific instance where I inadvertently deviated from my standard redaction practice and posted her social security or her phone number online, I will redact that information immediately from any content wherever it exists. I have reviewed my content and I have not found an instance of this. It has never been and is not now my intention to disseminate anyone's social security number or personal phone number. Okay, then I get on to her family. Dahlia, petitioner's sister, who has submitted a declaration in this case, accused her mother of, quote, holding her hostage like a prisoner, withholding her prescribed medications, and sending men to bleep her over and over. As recently as December 2022, so less than a year ago, in police body camera footage I obtained from the Tulsa, Oklahoma Police Department Public Records website, Dahlia pleads with officers, begging them to take Linda Omar, Miss Omar, Lima's mom, to jail. Dahlia says she's been trying to get her mother, Linda Omar, arrested for more than 2.5 years. Linda, who has also submitted a declaration in this case, has now asserted in this case that Dahlia was indeed bleeped. And then I gave the court a receipt showing what the page looked like. I am not in communication with petitioner's sister Dahlia. So she alleged in her declaration that I was contacting and communicating with Dahlia, which is not illegal. I can communicate with people. It's not a crime. But I'm not communicating with her. I'm simply not, and I never have. So I put this in. I'm not in communication with petitioner's sister Dahlia. I left a handful of comments on Dahlia's public YouTube page, encouraging her to continue making art in the form of music and abstract paintings. I may have left up to 10 total comments directed at Dahlia on her YouTube page in 19 months it's existed. Dahlia positively responded to at least one of these comments last year, and then I gave receipts. Look, I say, play us another one soon, and Dahlia says, I will, thank you. Around that same time, on July 30th, 2022, after Lima threatened me with federal legal action, I did reach out to Dahlia to see if she had any input on her own story, since the only thing I had ever heard about her was the horror stories from Lima. I had put horror stories, but my lawyer was like, after that, I made 2 attempts to contact Dahlia via Instagram. One was about 2 weeks after the first. On August 13th, 2022, the entire message is, hi, with a hand waving emoji. No response. And once more, about a month after that, on September 13th, 2022, again, no response from Dahlia. I took that to mean that if Dahlia was truly the person running that account, that she may not be interested in communicating with me, which I respected. At some point after that, as I do from time to time, I made my Instagram account private. This means that for someone to see my posts, they would need to follow me. And to follow me, I would need to accept the person's follow request. So I wrote this in September. So about 3 months ago, at the end of June, Dahlia sent me one such follow request, which I accepted. And then I put a screenshot in. I then sent one single message to her saying I was glad to see her back on Instagram. Then I put the proof. Around that same time, petitioner herself also followed me on Instagram. I cannot speak to whether Lima's sister has a severe mental illness, nor can I speak to what diagnoses she may have, if any. What is certain is that Lima made both of her sister's private healthcare information a matter of public record for at least an entire year before I knew of this family's existence. Petitioner's sisters have a long, public, documented history of mental hospital stays. Indeed, Lima even cites this specific fact as one of the very reasons she started her company, Aura. Aura Instagram post from February 2021 stating Lima from Aura built Aura Tech to help her sisters Dahlia and Dia manage their mental health. Petitioner speaks publicly about the sisters' mental illness and gives inconsistent accounts of their alleged diagnoses. So, this is another thing I want to show y'all from her what's it called? Declaration. She says the sisters, hold on, let me find it. Okay. So here's Lima's declaration, right? This is page 2. Respondent even began communicating with my sister directly through social media, which she followed up by posting at least 9 videos about my sisters on YouTube, which I don't know if that's true about the 9 videos or not. I didn't go and count, but she didn't provide any evidence, so I can't really speak to that. Like, she didn't put the 9 videos or whatever. But like I just said, I didn't begin communicating with. I sent her about 4 messages, like, and I did some public comments. Like, that's hardly communicating. But even if I was communicating with her sister, who cares? The sister can't talk to people? Sounds like Dahlia might be onto something with her allegations, in my opinion, if you ask me. Then she goes on to say, this is Lima's declaration. My sister has severe mental illness, diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder and schizophrenia, and her distress from the contact and the videos from respondent has caused her to be hospitalized. Meanwhile, new videos are continually being posted about me and my family across respondents' multiple platforms. She publicized police footage that she obtained from Tulsa Police Department, and nothing is newsworthy about it. False. Just fucking false, lady. Just false. Excuse my language. But this specifically, right? She says diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder and schizophrenia, right? That's what Lima said. Okay, so let's get to my declaration. No, my eyes aren't welling up. I'm having an allergic reaction to this microphone, and I keep putting my nose on it, even though I'm allergic to it, which is making it worse. Okay. So now we're back to my thing here. Okay. So I've already said this part, right? Like we already read it, but I'm like, okay, like, yeah, okay. She's trying to act like I'm making their information public, but she's the one that did that. Lima speaks publish ugh. Lima speaks publicly about these sisters' mental illness and gives inconsistent accounts of their alleged diagnoses. For example, in the present filing, Lima says her sister, singular, just one sister. She only said one sister. She didn't say sisters, by the way. Her sister, singular, is diagnosed with schizophrenia and dissociative identity disorder. However, she has stated publicly that the sisters never actually had schizophrenia and that they were misdiagnosed for years. Examples of this assertion from Lima are numerous, spanning several years, but I will provide a few below. In August 2020, more than a year before my coverage, Lima stated in a still public interview on Soft White Underbelly that she started Aura to help her sisters after they, quote, began to hear voices in their mid 20s. She also stated that the sisters were, quote, misdiagnosed for about 3 years. Lima states unequivocally her sisters were, quote, told they were schizophrenic, which is not the case. Told they were schizophrenic, which is not the case. And then I put the timestamp of the receipt. In April 2021, nearly a year before my coverage began, Lima publicly stated that she started Aura because her sisters have had mental health struggles. She went on to say that they were diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder after being misdiagnosed with schizophrenia for over 3.5 years. So in April 2021, over a year before about a year before my coverage began, Lima said they were misdiagnosed with schizophrenia for 3.5 years. A month later, May 2021, Lima stated yet again her sisters were misdiagnosed with schizophrenia. She said they, quote, they actually are not schizophrenic. They were given the wrong medication that allegedly made it appear as though they were schizophrenic. And I put the receipt. All of these public statements predated my coverage. So I could not have caused an issue that clearly has been going on for years, according to Lima. Then, last year in May 2022, 3 months after my coverage began, petitioner made a public presentation to the Los Angeles Commission on Alcohol and Other Drugs, promoting Aura and its services. During this pitch, in addition to the assertion that she made that both of her sisters had been pronounced dead at least 7 times each, Lima again stated that the sisters had been misdiagnosed for 3 years. I need a break. Let me see. What are y'all saying? How should you clean the BS off the shower? It's so gross. I mean, seriously, it's like ridiculous. I just want to fix my makeup because my nose looks so red. People are going to think I'm crying. Well, they weren't at court. I can tell you that. I can tell you they were not at court. Interestingly. And also, my lawyer got a lot of their statements, like Linda Lima, Brian Kuchar, a bunch of them had made statements, declarations, and a bunch of it was just not even admissible as evidence. And my lawyer's got a bunch of it removed, so it can't even be used at trial. But there's not going to be a trial because it was dismissed. Anyway, okay. Let's see what else y'all are doing in here. Okay, so yeah, so then she made a public presentation to the LA Commission on Alcohol and Other Drugs where she said the sisters had been pronounced dead 7 times each at least. Lima again stated the sisters had been misdiagnosed for 3 years, and I included the receipts. Also last year, during a public pitch to investors for Aura, Lima stated that the twins were diagnosed with complex PTSD and made no mention of schizophrenia or dissociative identity disorder. Lima seeks to silence my protected speech for doing something for which she specifically advocated. In a July 2018 Instagram post on her personal Instagram account, Lima described why it was important to make the sisters' healthcare battles an issue of public concern. 4 years before my coverage began, Lima from Ara, quote, made an Instagram post about how she, quote, nearly lost both of her sisters twice in the last 30 days. She goes on to say that the only way to save Dahlia and Dia was to be open about their health and encourage others to speak out and fight for better care. This post is still publicly accessible. I'm sorry, I don't have to read that one again. That is such a good paragraph. Lima trying to silence my protected speech for doing something that she specifically advocated people to do. In July 2018 on Instagram, she described why it was important to make Dahlia and Dia's healthcare battles issues of public concern. 4 years before my coverage began, Lima posted on Instagram about how she nearly lost both of her sisters twice in the last 30 days. She goes on to say that the only way to save them is to be open about their health and encourage others to speak out and fight for better care. And the post is still up. Look, in the last 30 days, I've nearly lost both my sisters twice. Our family has been silent about this issue for years due to the mental health stigma, but now things have escalated to such a horrific point. We feel the only way to save Dahlia and Dia is to be open about their health and encourage others to speak out and fight for better care. It's still up, this post. Lima said this. The only way to save them is to make their mental health public. Nothing in the world more important than my sisters, and I've dedicated my life and my work with Ara and Jibs to saving them because the mental health care system has failed them. My sisters have DID. They were misdiagnosed for 3.5 years, given cocktails of addictive prescription drugs, which has further complicated their conditions. They've been over 60 treatment centers, and because nothing has worked, they've given up on treatment, and they have been determined to end it all. Okay. So this was 4 years before I ever even knew they existed. Okay. Just so y'all are aware. All right, good. So all these problems already been going on. Wasn't me causing them. They've been going on. The same year on Christmas Day, another Instagram post featuring Lima's sisters mentioned the very serious mental health issues that the sisters had. The mental health issues were apparently so serious that their sister, Lima, in the present case, or petitioner, in the present case, Lima, would need to take over operation of their Instagram account indefinitely. And then this is where it's blurry, but this is from 2018. I have the picture somewhere. I've posted it before, but it says, basically Lima is going to take over the twins' Instagram account. In February 2021, Lima posted to her Ara company Instagram account, Meet Ara, that her sisters would both begin using the Ara technology to manage their mental health. She reiterates that the sisters had been misdiagnosed and that they have suffered with their medical treatments. This post is still publicly accessible. And it says on the Meet Ara website, Lima built Ara Tech to help her sisters, Dahlia and Dia, manage their mental health. Their conditions had become debilitating in the U.S. mental health care system, and Dahlia and Dia were misdiagnosed, given a one-size-fits-all treatment, cocktail of dangerous medications. We're excited to announce next month, Dahlia and Dia will be using Ara. If you face challenges with solutions instead of focusing on how devastating the problem is, you can overcome anything. In this case, a family's tragedy turned into a digital health startup that will transform the mental health care industry for everybody. In this case, Lima said this on meetara.com. Sorry. No, she didn't. Lima said this on Meet Ara Instagram, and it's still up. Or somebody logged in and said it. I'm assuming it's Lima. She's the CEO, but I don't know who said it. In this case, she said this about her own sisters. A family's tragedy turned into a digital health startup that will transform the mental health care industry for everybody. So this is telling us the sisters' problems were already so bad all the way back in 2019 that it prompted a digital health company to start from it. Okay, so again, not my problem. I didn't cause that. That's something that happened before I ever knew these people existed. 7 months later, in September 2021, Lima would post about another crisis, again to her public Instagram account. This time, she asked for the public's assistance in locating one of her sisters. Apparently, she had, quote, run away, and petitioner was looking for her. In this particular Instagram post, petitioner uses alarming hashtags, including hashtag human trafficking, hashtag human bleep awareness, abduction, kidnap, help, and help me. She updated the post to read, my sister was found. She is still alive. This post is still publicly accessible. Just 3 months after that, in December 2021, Dahlia would be reported missing in West Hollywood. A local news station affiliated with CBS published the bulletin in a broadcast. In the missing persons flyer and on the news report, Dahlia was referred to as developmentally disabled. This flyer and the news segment are both still publicly accessible. So this is me just showing the court, I didn't make their mental health problems happen. They've been happened. And number two, they've been public. Look at all this public crap. Lima asserts that my coverage caused her sister to be hospitalized. However, her sisters have been hospitalized more than 60 times, more than 2 years before my coverage ever began. So 2 years before my coverage ever began, Lima's sisters had already been hospitalized 60 times. 60. 2 years before I ever said a word about them. Petitioner Lima publicly stated that her sisters had been to 60 treatment centers and those hospitalizations had failed to help her sister's mental health. In August 2020, Lima said in a Soft White Underbelly interview that her sisters had been hospitalized more than 60 times because of their mental health. The interview is still publicly accessible. Again, last year, only 3 months after my coverage began, Lima made a public presentation about Aura to the LA Commission on Alcohol and Other Drugs. According to this May 2022 presentation, according to her May 2022 presentation slides, which I obtained through a public records request, her sisters had, quote, been in and out of over 60 treatment centers because of their supposed misdiagnosis. Petitioner states, I am the reason Dahlia suffered a mental health episode last year in Tulsa, Oklahoma, but the body camera footage of the incident tells a different story. In this footage, Tulsa police officer Megan Eldridge speaks with Linda Omar about the twins. Linda and the officer discuss the twins' quote history of, quote, running away from Linda. And Linda, who is Dahlia's caretaker, according to the declaration she filed in this case, she admits to intentionally withholding Dahlia's prescription medications from Dahlia because Lima doesn't like how they affect Dahlia. Because Linda doesn't like how they affect Dahlia. So what I'm saying here is, in this body camera footage, they're talking about Dahlia running away, and Linda, Dahlia's admitted caretaker, admits to withholding Dahlia's needed medication because she doesn't like how they affect Dahlia. I found that admission to be alarming, considering Dahlia's serious mental health concerns and hospitalizations that Linda and Lima repeatedly describe. So why aren't they giving her psychological medications that she needs? Beats me, but they said it in body camera footage. Also, during this discussion on the body camera footage, Linda and the officer discussed Dahlia's twin sister, Dia's whereabouts. Dia was already being involuntarily held in a, quote, psych hospital for several days at that point. Okay? That's what I saw in the body camera footage, that the other sister was already being held in the hospital. And now this one's going. She's accusing them of bleep trafficking. No one's taking her seriously. The woman is acting like she's being choked and faking, in my opinion. And now that's removed from the internet as well, which I will make it available to y'all. I'll put it up on my website or something. Also, during the discussion, they talk about Dia and she's already in the hospital. Okay, further, Dahlia herself never mentions me. Never. Or my videos a single time in the entire hour-plus body camera footage. It doesn't appear that she even knows about my existence, much less my content on her. Dahlia stated unequivocally that she had absolutely no access to a computer, a cell phone, or any technological devices of her own. She couldn't even tell the officer what day it was. She attempted to explain herself by telling the officers that she had no phone or computer or any way to know what day or even what month it was, but the officers took no statement from Dahlia about these claims. Dahlia did not mention me nor my videos at all in this body camera footage as a cause for her suffering. She directed that blame onto her mother, Linda Omar. Dahlia told Tulsa police officers that she was a victim of bleep trafficking and that she had been asking police to arrest her mother and take her to jail for 2.5 years. So an entire 2 years before my coverage began, Dahlia was trying to have Linda Omar arrested on sex trafficking allegations. It doesn't seem like anyone ever took those claims seriously. She went on to actually describe the bleep trafficking, telling officers that her mother, Linda Omar, sends bleep to attack and bleep her repeatedly. She explained that she is not allowed to leave the house, stating that she was being, quote, held hostage like a prisoner by Linda Omar. Dahlia stated she could not even take the medication that her doctor prescribes to her because Linda was withholding it. And Linda admitted to that. According to Dahlia in the body camera footage, I am not the genesis of her problem. Her mother, Linda Omar, is. This is a non-exhaustive list of examples demonstrating that Lima's sisters have a long documented histories of mental health struggles, including at least 60 hospitalizations before my coverage ever began. This cycle has been ongoing for almost a decade, well before my coverage. My coverage began last year, February 2022. So Lima cannot blame me for their outcomes. Lima's sisters have a public history of running away from her and their mother in apparent attempts to escape whatever horrors they feel they're being subjected to. Petitioner Lima has enlisted the assistance of law enforcement officers more than once in more than one state over a period of years to track her sisters when they escape. These sisters were academically gifted, quote, straight A students, prolific and talented YouTube stars, and up-and-coming actresses with real movie roles. One day, they simply vanished. The only traces of their existence being the graveyard of a YouTube channel they left behind, miscellaneous court filings, and Lima, their PR-savvy sister, advertising their traumas and problems on their behalf for her own financial enrichment. They have not made any public appearances or statements in many years. The twins have filed lawsuit paperwork in recent years, and in both cases, they didn't appear for the court dates. These facts and others prompted me to continue looking for answers. I received body camera footage from the Tulsa Police Department in response to a public records request. Usually, when I incorporate body camera footage in my videos, I redact a large portion of it for various reasons. Since a major component of my videos is my commentary, I usually just highlight the parts of the body camera footage that I find important and then make commentary and opinion or reactions on all that, which y'all have seen before, right? Like, I don't sit with y'all and watch through an entire body camera footage of BAM. No, I just take some parts out and show y'all, or we'll watch, the first half or whatever, right? The Tulsa Police Department body camera footage was different. In that footage, Dahlia accused her mother, Linda Omar, of bleep trafficking. She stated that she didn't like or trust police officers because they never do their job. She described group bleep rituals. She described being monitored and surveilled, saying that she cannot even sit outside on the bench in front of her apartment. She described her mother using electronics and other technology to track and control her, which seems like much less of a delusion when the accusation is taken together with the fact that Dahlia's sister, Lima, owns a digital health company that uses technology to track, store, and use biometric data taken from people with mental illness and substance abuse disorders. So yeah, if she's saying she's being tracked and controlled with technology, it sounds delusional until you realize that's exactly what Aura does. In my opinion, maybe not control, but track. The Tulsa body camera footage was so shocking and unusual, I felt compelled to post the entirety of the footage. I predicted that Lima would take issue with my disseminating a public record to the public, so I redacted the body camera footage myself. Beyond what the Tulsa Police Department had done, I edited the body camera footage, completely blurring out Dahlia in most of the video. I left a few unblurred shots of her to demonstrate to viewers that it was indeed Dahlia. But again, I downloaded this body camera footage myself from the Tulsa Police Department official website that I received in response to a public records request for it. Public records are public, dumbass. So then I give examples of how I blurred her out, which y'all know because you saw it. Despite Lima's rabid insistence, I have never, ever, ever stated that her mother, Miss Omar, or her are bleep traffickers. No, I have not. I have never stated affirmatively that Dahlia is indeed a victim of bleep trafficking. I merely said Dahlia made allegations of bleep trafficking to the police against her mother, who is apparently her caretaker, and the police did not seem to take the allegations seriously at all. These are true statements based on public information. No matter how many times petitioner, that's Lima, insists that these public records reflect her family's most private and vulnerable moments, they are nevertheless public. Indeed, Officer Eldridge actually explicitly told Miss Omar the same on body camera footage that very night. Miss Omar said, "Please don't make this can go public." To which Officer Eldridge replied, quote, "Here's the thing. When you call the police, this is public record." And gestures to her own body camera. The police officer told Linda Omar that night, it's a public record. Dumb bitch. Stupid. Then she lied about me in those papers. They love lying. No matter how many times Lima or Linda or whoever else Anana Clown troll insists rabidly that this is the family's most private and vulnerable moment, then you should have kept it within your family. Because whenever you call the public servants to enact a law in a law enforcement capacity, you made it a public record. And then the cop told your mom stupid ass that. They told y'all that. Quote, "Here's the thing. When you call the police, this is public record." End quote. Write it down, because I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to stop because I'm not doing anything wrong. This is profoundly interesting to the public. The public has a profound interest in it. I've done nothing wrong, and public records are public. And now 2 judges agree. Officer Eldridge goes on in this body camera footage to explain to Linda Omar how public records requests work. She describes the exact process by which I received the body camera footage. As for the quote in the one video that petitioner Lima is citing in her declaration, she misquotes me, and she leaves out important context. Okay, let me see. This was like the nook and cranny. Let me show y'all what she had tried to say. Okay. 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 Paragraph 17, she says, "I even stated in one video as recently as June 2023 that I spent, quote, 10 to 15 hours a day searching every single possible nook and cranny, not only of the internet, but of the physical field of reality in order to find," and look, she ends my quote right there. Y'all see that? Let me make it big. You see where she ends my quote? This misleading presentation of evidence, in my opinion. She quotes me, right? And look where she finds it. "In order to find." And she ends my quote, right? And then she inserts her own interpretation of what I said. She doesn't continue quoting me. No, she does not. She says 10, 15 hours a day searching every single possible nook, cranny, not only of the internet, but the physical field of reality in order to find, end quote, private, embarrassing, or disparaging information about Lima to post. Well, I'm sure when some of y'all read that, y'all were like, no, that doesn't sound right. I don't think that BJ would say, I can't wait to find private disparaging info about Lima. In fact, somebody did send me what appears to be corn videos of Lima. Now, what my true opinion and belief is, it's a deep fake. I don't think it's real. But I think somebody sent it to me, or somebody sent it to somebody, or somebody posted it up as a setup because they wanted me to post it. They thought I was that type of person. They thought I was the type of person who would share that type of information or that type of public record. And it is a public record. It sure is. If somebody is engaging in corn, that's public if you can go access it publicly. Now, if it's on, only for FANS or whatever, maybe that could be considered private or whatever, but somebody sent it to me and I was able to follow the link back and I did find it. I again believe that it wasn't real. I think it's a deep fake. I don't think it's real. And I don't encourage anybody to go look it up. I think it's fake. But it does make me wonder, was that a planted fake to trap me or to trick me into posting that? Because that would probably count a little bit more as like revenge, corn, or private embarrassing disparaging info or something like that. But that is not the type of thing that I would ever do. Even no matter how much I dislike somebody, I'm not going to be I'm not going to be republishing or publishing anything, even if it's a public, right? And there's a lot of stuff there's a lot of stuff I won't publish. And there's a lot of stuff I don't publish, even though it is a public record, including, for example, social security numbers or what have you. So, so she misquotes me. See what I mean? 10 to 15 hours a day searching every possible nook cranny, not only of the internet, but of the physical field of reality in order to find, quote. And then she puts in her own quote, private, embarrassing, or disparaging information. No, that's just not true. And if it was true, I would have posted that revenge CORN if it was true, but it's not. I'll tell y'all what I said. I said, as for the quote, in the one video petitioner cites in her declaration, she misquotes me and leaves out important context. The video she references was posted on June 27, 2023 on That Surprise Witness TV. She takes the quote completely out of context from a larger monologue I made at the beginning of the video wherein I discussed petitioner's abusive litigation. I informed my audience that my legal defense bills were now more than $100,000, and I invited them to donate to my legal fund if they were inclined. I then spoke about how I would rather be doing other things with my time rather than researching Lima and her business associates, but she had left me no choice but to vigorously defend myself. I used comedic and hyperbolic rhetoric in my monologue, referring to skeletons in the closet, femurs, pinky bones, pinky toe bones. Petitioner applies meaning that isn't there when she refers to the various enumerated bones as, quote, private, embarrassing, or disparaging information about her and her family. First of all, legally obtained public records are not private. Second, a federal court, in dismissing without prejudice Lima's complaint in New Jersey, does not agree that I have done or said anything disparaging. Finally, if petitioner is embarrassed by her sister's mental illness, she's in the wrong business. She talks about reducing the mental health, quote, stigma out of one side of her mouth, but out the other, her sister's mental illness is so, quote, embarrassing that she has used the legal process to hide it. Improperly, in my opinion. And I had said abused, and I was right. But my lawyer took that abused out. He just said, we can't be making that type out. Like my lawyers are good. They're like straight laced. They're not trying to let me pop all the way ass off. Okay. But I think she abused her sister. She's telling y'all Dahlia's mental health is so, in her illness is so embarrassing, quote, embarrassing to Lima, that she's abused the legal process to hide it. She's in the wrong business, y'all. She's that embarrassed by it that she'll file a slap suit Malicious prosecution? Wrong business, baby. I have tagged petitioner in social media posts from time to time, but it is not a regular practice. She provides 5 instances that occurred over 19 months. I agree. I tagged her 5 times in 19 months, I guess. I've used the hashtag investigate Lima, investigate Aura from time to time. Petitioner provides 3 examples of these instances in Exhibit D to her declaration, but she doesn't cite any evidence that I encouraged or directed others to use the hashtag. Ironically, the final photograph that petitioner cites in Exhibit D is a screenshot of a video depicting my face with the hashtag trafficking edited over the top of it. That screenshot was taken from a BJ Investigates video that I posted October 4th, 2022. Again, petitioner leaves out important context. In that portion of the video, I was directly referencing Lima's September 2021 Instagram post, where she asked for the public's assistance in locating her, quote, missing sister. As I outlined earlier, Lima used the hashtag trafficking on that post, which is still accessible today. She now attempts to use an out of context screenshot where I'm literally referencing and directly quoting her public Instagram post that enlisted the public for help to somehow prove that I'm encouraging others to use entirely different hashtags than the one referenced in image 4. And this is what I meant when I said the exhibits don't make any sense. But I still had to go through and say, all right, Your Honor, Lima, you said in Exhibit D, there's a screenshot where it says trafficking. I'll show y'all. I'll just show y'all. Hold on. I'm like Control F this. Okay, let me see. Okay. So here's Exhibit D to Lima's declaration. Okay. And in the exhibit, there are 4 images. Okay. Exhibit D. Here's one where, I'm posted on Instagram about Mark Leta. Oh my God. Look at these. Look at these. This is sloppy. They left their tabs open at the top, and one of them says, thanks for downloading 4K. Slop. Okay, so here's this. Here's this. I just want to show y'all this. Okay. This right here. Exhibit D, image 4. This is what she has. Okay. And this is supposed to be evidence of me encouraging other people to use hashtag investigate Lima. This is evidence. This is allegedly supposed to be evidence of the fact that I allegedly told everybody else to go use the hashtag investigate Lima, investigate Aura, which for the record, if I had done that, would have been fine. And I might have. I don't remember if I did or didn't. But this right here is basically her trying to say, look, here's evidence. Evidence that BJ is directing other people to use hashtag investigate Lima, hashtag investigate Aura. No, in the hell it is not. This is a random screenshot where I'm actually directly quoting Lima in her posts where she's asking the public for help. Like it's a mind. And I had to go through each and everything because I believe that this is a litigation abuse tactic where you kind of do these like crazy making allegations and you just like throw everything at the wall, and you're filing one in Florida and you're filing one in Georgia and one in California and one in New Jersey, and you're saying all kinds of lies and you're making allegations, and you have bot trolls on the internet making up lies, and the Reddit's going off, and Bam Margera's brother's in on it. And like, I believe, in my opinion, I'm just a conspiracy theorist. What do I know? It's a tactic. It's not an accident that the exhibits don't actually support what they're saying. It's to force me to use time, effort, energy, and more importantly, money that I don't have to defend against these false allegations. And it's malicious prosecution, in my opinion. So let's get back to what I was saying. Yes. 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 Trying to scramble your brains and your heart and put doubt in all of it. And guess what, baby? Fail. Hmm. And it's going to keep failing because I haven't done anything wrong. It's going to keep failing. It's going to keep failing. Okay. I don't know. Douglas, just send it to that surprise witness at gmail.com. I'll take a look. It's just, is it just to exhaust you and take up energy and resources? Yes, they are energy vampires, in my opinion. Yep. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Yep. Mm-hmm. He should be disbarred. I agree. I know. Exactly. Okay. So again, she leaves out important context. As I outlined earlier, she used the hashtag trafficking on that post, which is still available today. She's now using an out of context screenshot where I'm literally directly quoting her to somehow prove I'm encouraging others to use entirely different hashtags. No. No. Stupid. No. Okay. In the video where I asked people to spread this story, which she is particularly mad about, her lawyer was all up in arms about it in court. He was like, Your Honor, she asked other people to investigate. Yeah, I did. I'm not sorry about it. I'm allowed to do that. Please. Actually, if I get any more restraining orders and I can't talk, can y'all please investigate? Thank you, Rabbit, for staying on the case. If Rabbit's here. Thank you, Melanie. Thank you, others who reported on this case. Unapologetically me, High Priestess Steph. And yes, I did see that stuff that went on with the group of infiltrators. I don't condone it. I don't condone a Discord. I don't officially license a Discord. Anybody saying that they're speaking on behalf of me is not. Only person licensed and entitled to speak on behalf of me is me and my lawyer. That's it. And the lawyer, he don't even got that much privilege. Just a little bit speak on my behalf. So anybody out here saying or appearing to say they are reading my emails, they are running my accounts. I understand that was actually not even actually that person who said that. There was a whole bunch of drama that I'm not getting into. But I definitely saw the clownery. Yes, I did. And I do not endorse, encourage, or support it. Thank you to people, Brett, who kept on, who kept up with the coverage. Thank you very much. Anybody else I'm missing? I like that air quotes. That was good. Anybody else I'm missing? Please do let me know. In the video where I asked people to spread the story, I even state, quote, "This is not about me. You do not have to like me or even cover the parts of the story that I have covered. I made an announcement encouraging viewers to get involved in investigating a story of significant public concern and importance." And the judge did not have any issue with that in the case. That is a standard act in grassroots movements as well as social media campaigns. I also specifically told people not to contact or send hate to anyone mentioned in the story. I have not made the accusation that Lima was, quote, controlling, holding hostage, or experimenting on her own sisters. And Lima makes no attempt to provide the court with even one single example or a single instance of me making this accusation. Because she just said that I claimed, or I believe, or whatever, that Lima is controlling, holding hostage, or experimenting on her own sisters. And I said, I've never said that. I've never said that. And she gives no evidence that I've ever said that. Then I get into Lima's aggressive actions towards me. Like most people who work in creative fields, like most artists, my content varies by project, and so does my purpose for creating it. Lima is correct in her assertion that sometimes I give my opinion and commentary in the videos, and sometimes I report on facts. She acted like that was such a big gotcha. She was like, respondent acts like facts ain't defamation, but not everything she says is a fact. No shit. Well, y'all want me to just come out here and read Wikipedia or something? Like, not everything there is a fact either, girl, because Michael Oher's dad's death, I got that autopsy report, y'all, and I'm having a little bit of an ethical quandary over whether or not I want to report on it because he was definitely killed and not jumped off a bridge, and definitely not, it wasn't in prison. So there's all kinds of different reportings on how his dad died in the book, in the New York Times, on the Wikipedia page, and none of them match up with what I read in the actual autopsy report, which I did get from the coroner. So I've tried to reach out to Michael Orr. If anybody has any connection with him or his wife, like my main thing is like, I don't want him to learn about this from a video. I'm trying to tell him first. You know what I mean? Because he might not know. Or he might know, and he might, I don't know. For some reason, I want to get in touch with him before I report on it. But if I can't, I might still report on it or not. I'll decide at the time what to do. But I say all that to say Wikipedia is not always facts. But yeah, hell yeah. I come on here and say my opinion on stuff. I say jokes, I say hyperbole, and sometimes I say facts because I'm like, look, I'm reading right now. If I'm reading from a public document, I would say it is a fact that this is in a public document, right? Like they acted like it was some big gotcha. And it's really, it's a crazy making like mind bleep that they do. It's like, she says she does facts, but sometimes it's opinion. And it's like, yeah. Guilty of saying my opinion. But they kind of tell on themselves with it too. Because it's like, you're really just mad I'm saying my opinion. Petitioner is correct. Lima's correct that sometimes I talk about opinions and commentary, and sometimes I'm talking about facts. Many times, believe it or not, I present both in the same video. Imagine it. This is standard. This is standard practice for commentary and opinion content creators. And it's certainly not grounds for a protective order. Duh. Lima seeks an order from this court to enjoin behaviors that she herself has perpetuated against me and my family. Not only has Lima used her own YouTube channel to make ad hominem attacks against me and my personal appearance, but she also took it a step further. She posted a video to her channel on September 9th, 2022, wherein she used her attacks on me as pretext to take racist, culturally insensitive jabs at my fiance, who was born in India. She depicted us in traditional South Asian attire with no context, not only to mock me, but also my fiance. I never have, and I do not now, support violence, bullying, or harassment. I have never encouraged this behavior. I have always discouraged this type of behavior, and I reject Lima's unsupported claim that I somehow caused this non-existent bullying. I have no knowledge or recollection of the supposed publication of her home address, and she fails to cite the place where I supposedly did this. However, her Instagram account and Aura website prominently feature my home address on her landing page, where she still has the now dismissed federal complaint listed. Doxer. Vinny Beetle. Vinny Beetle is a comedian living in Florida who is an associate and friend of BAM. Why are we talking about Vinny Beetle? Let me show y'all. Okay. BAM has received disturbing messages from Vinny Beetle, who encouraged BAM to bleep Lima, which I don't know if that's true or not. She definitely didn't, I don't think she included that as a exhibit for any proof. But let me just say, if that is true, take it up with Vinny Beetle. That wasn't me. I didn't do that. I would never do that. Actually, I would tell Vinny not to do that. And I think, in fact, I have told Vinny not to say stuff like that in my comments and things like that, like elsewhere, previous and things. But also, it's just very weird because Lima's like, BAM, this is Lima's filing. We're back on Lima's right now, just so I can show you all the allegation. BAM has received disturbing messages from an associate of respondent, Vinny Beetle, who encouraged BAM to harm Lima. Exhibit V. Let me see Exhibit V. Okay. Here's the alleged text message from Bam. And how did she get these text messages? I asked Bam and he don't know. So I guess she was going through Bam's phone literally to gather evidence against me. Vinny Beetle, yeah, dude, your comeback will be huge. So I guess this is messages from Vinny. This is an exhibit on Lima's declaration where Vinny is saying, if Lima's doing this in the Middle East, we'll be cutting off her hair. Oh, head, not hair. I have a plan. I think everything happened. Help you now. None of the other. Okay, so first of all, I would never send something like this. I don't encourage it. I don't think it's cute or cool or whatever. However, I would be remiss not to at least point out that Lima has yet again mischaracterized what was said. This is clearly not an incitement or an encouragement to decapitate anyone. It's just, I take it as a joke. I don't take it as a legitimate threat. That being said, I wouldn't say it. I didn't encourage him to say it. I didn't tell him to say it. I don't think he should have said it because I know that Lima is this type to go through somebody's messages to just try to find something and then mischaracterize it to a court and basically lie, in my opinion, to get what she wants, which is people's silence. So very weird that she took this to be an encouragement of decapitating, but whatever. Then she says, people have texted and called me with threats as well, which I did not direct. If someone called her and texted her with a threat, she needs to go ahead and get a restraining order against that person. Get it? See how that works? You should get the government to restrain the person that's doing the threatening and not me, because I'm not doing it. And actively, I have discouraged that. Including the same individual who encouraged Bam to bleep Lima. And if that individual did so, that individual should have the restraining order or whatever. That's not me. I didn't do that. Okay. Vinny threatened that he was working with me. And if Lima didn't send him $150,000, that Vinny was going to ruin her life. Vinny has appeared in my YouTube videos and stated to Lima that I told him, oh, this. So all this hearsay. And I think this was also dismissed. Like, this is not going to be able to be evidence. Like, this is such hearsay. But Lima is saying in here, well, Vinny told me that BJ told him that she would represent him in court. I'm not even licensed to represent my own damn self. Actually, I am. You could represent yourself without being, I could pro se. I'm not licensed to represent anybody. I would not tell Vinny Beetle that I was representing him. No, I did not. But it's hearsay anyway. So here's Lima going, people texted me and called me with threats. Vinny threatened Lima and said, apparently, according to Lima, that if Lima didn't send him $150,000, he was going to ruin her life, which she needs to take up with Vinny Beetle. That don't have nothing to do with me. I didn't tell him to do that. If he did do that, I don't think he even did. I think it's probably not true. But if he did, don't do that. And I didn't tell him to do that. Vinny has appeared in my videos. So anybody that's ever appeared in my videos, apparently I'm responsible for all their actions, which makes no sense to me nor the judge, which is why Lima now owes me attorney's fees. Let me show y'all this one too. One stranger even texted me several pictures of bleep bodies, accused her of bleep, and sent a photo of one of my posts that apparently allegedly doxed her address. Okay, so let's look at the exhibit that she provides for this. Okay. A stranger texted her pictures of DEAD bodies, accused her of MURDER, sent a photo of one of my posts that doxed her address. If not for my intrusion in her life, she wouldn't be getting these violent threats, and I escalate the behavior. This is just a lie. It's just false. But let's look at Exhibit W, shall we? Shall we? Okay. Here's these alleged. This is Exhibit W. This is supposed to be proving that I am responsible for Lima receiving DEATH threats. Okay. This is what she shows to prove that I am responsible for bleep threats. Like the argument falls apart immediately. Watch. First of all, look at the account name. That account name is Docs, Mr. Bumpstock. That's not me, and I don't know who that person is. I looked up the account, Couldn't find it. Don't know if it still exists. 33% battery is not lost on me. I'm not sure that these are not like this. You can't even tell what this is. And also, this has nothing to do with me. Y'all remember when she said they sent something that include my, let me show y'all again, the lies. One stranger, so she's talking about the same stranger. One stranger sent several pictures of bleep bodies, accused her of being a MURDER, and look at this. One stranger sent me these things, accused her of MURDER. No, they didn't. First of all, I don't know who that stranger is. I didn't send them. Second of all, they only just said murder, murder, murder. Like, I don't want to say the word, but like, they didn't say URA. They just said mur, mur, mur. That was not an accusation. And it's the same type of lie from this. Just saying, oh, if we were in the Middle East, LOL, which is not a funny joke. Like, he shouldn't have said it, but it's not illegal to say. And it's like, oh, if we were in the Middle East, whatever that even means, she wouldn't have whatever. That's a messed up thing to say. I wouldn't say something like that. Never would I encourage somebody to say something like that. But however, that is not the same thing as encouraging someone to decapitate someone. It's a lie. It's misleading at best. Accused Lima of murder. No, they didn't, because y'all just saw the exhibit. No, they didn't. That was not an accusation of murder. But look at this is the really important part. One stranger texted several pictures of this, accused her of them, which they did not, and sent a photo of one of respondents' posts that doxed my address. You see that? Read it. Sent a photo of one of respondents' posts that doxed my address. So if that's true, it will be very easy for her to just put that in the exhibit. Put it in the exhibit. Where is the photo? Where is the photo of mine, of my post that doxed her address? It's nowhere to be seen. Let me show y'all again. Exhibit W. Exhibit W. Do y'all see any of my posts? Do y'all see any of my posts? No. 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 It's a lie. It's a lie. It's just a lie. But y'all see what I was saying earlier, right? Where it's like, if it was true, if it was true that a random stranger accused her of bleep, sent her pictures of bleep bleep, sent her a death threat, and sent her own address as if a threat, like, okay, yeah, maybe that's worth putting a temporary restraining order in place. But she lied. She said in the filing that she was sent one stranger in Exhibit W, texted her pictures of bleep, which I'm not even sure that is what that was. It was too blurry to even tell. Accused her of bleep, which they did not, according to the exhibit we just read together, and sent a photo of one of my posts that doxed her address. No, they did not. No, they did not. It's just not true. It's just a lie. It's just malicious prosecution, in my opinion. So let's get to what I said about it. Oh, and the Vinnie Beetle thing. We read the Vinnie Beetle thing, because that's what part we're on here. Vinnie Beetle. And she referred to Vinnie Beetle as my friend or my acquaintance or my associate. And he's been on my YouTube video. So anybody that I ever interview, I guess I'm responsible for all their actions and all their texts to third parties that I don't even know about, I guess. The slope done slipped. So this is my declaration. And I said, oh, thank you very much for the super chat, Kananas. Reading y'all stuff. Egregiously dishonest. She has committed perjury, in my opinion, many times. Sent you an email. Sorry, man. Okay. So Vinnie Beetle. So this is what I had to say about Vinnie Beetle. Vinny Beetle is a comedian living in Florida who is an associate and friend of BAM. He's the only one of BAM's friends who has publicly supported BAM's medical autonomy, for the record. About a year ago, I hosted Beetle on my YouTube channel for a discussion and a question answer session. We spoke about BAM and his freedom. We've exchanged direct messages from time to time, but I've never met him in person. I have no consistent contact with him. He's a friend of BAM's who I interviewed as part of my investigation. I cannot speak to anything an associate of BAM's may or may not have stated in private text communications between the two. If Lima fears for her safety because of this man's statements to BAM, she should seek a protective order against the person who made those statements, not me. See how easy that would be? If Lima truly fears for her safety because of Vinny Beetle's statements to BAM, she should seek a protective order against the person who made those statements, not me. I have never directed Vinny Beetle to harm or threaten anyone, including petitioner, nor would I ever do such a thing. I have never told anyone, including Vinny Beetle, that I would legally protect them for physically harming someone, nor would I ever say such a thing. Lima provides no support for these allegations. I have never, now we're going to talk about the bleep threats. I have never encouraged, directed, or even had knowledge of anyone sending anything to petitioner, including a photograph of a bleep body. Petitioner provides no support for her conclusion that I am the reason she received that text message. And Exhibit W that depicts this supposed bleep body doesn't even mention me or my coverage. Further, it doesn't seem to depict a death threat either. It appears to be some type of bot account. Nevertheless, I am likely not the reason she received this message because she has been talking about receiving supposed death threats since before I ever began my coverage. In September 2020, more than a year before my coverage began, Lima stated in a still publicly accessible interview that she had received a tremendous amount of death threats from a mysterious group of unnamed individuals. This tremendous amount of death threats would have occurred on or before September 25th, 2020, well over a year before my coverage began. Lima goes on in that video to accuse those unnamed individuals of, quote, trying to find her address and share her address. Again, this would have taken place more than a year before my coverage began. And here she is at the 21-minute, 17-second timestamp saying she has received a tremendous amount of bleep threats on a video that was allegedly, reportedly filmed September 25th, 2020. Published October 3rd, 2020. I didn't start talking about her till 2022. And she's talking about a tremendous amount of bleep threats. And somehow Exhibit W that mentions me none is my fault? Please. Not only does Lima state that she had received a tremendous amount of bleep threats by September 2020, more than a year before my coverage began, but also that her husband and twin sisters had all also received bleep threats. Lima went on to state that the mysterious unnamed people who were also looking for and trying to... Oh, I guess that was a typo. I didn't finish my thought. She went on to state the mysterious unnamed people were also looking for her and trying to find her address. Yet again, petitioner Lima attempts, while providing absolutely no evidence, to make heinous allegations against me for activities which she admits predated my coverage by more than a year. Look, try to find my address and share my address. Okay, I'm predicting this is going to be y'all's favorite part. And I do need to go back to Lima's declaration for this one so y'all can see the allegations that were actually made. But I'm predicting this is going to be y'all's favorite part. If you have little ones in the room, I would say discretion advised. I'll say that. Okay. I do think this is going to be y'all's favorite part, though. So Lima is trying in her petition to convince the court that I am basically like, what I think she was trying to do, her legal attempt of the case was to try and show that I was doing something above and beyond the First Amendment, which, for example, revenge you know what I mean? Corn is not protected under the First Amendment. You're not allowed to just share stuff about people's, pictures, specifically images, which I would never do, Never. But I think she was trying to make it seem like I was like deranged and unhinged instead of just trying to make it seem like I'm doing what I'm actually doing, which is just reporting on public info and giving my opinion and commentary. But let me pull it up here. So this is one such instance where I think she's trying to show that, right? It's paragraph 72 of Lima's declaration in the California restraining order case. She says, that surprise witness has used her social media to spread rumors that I am involved in corn and that I am a bleep worker on OnlyFans. This is just hilariously untrue. Hilariously untrue because I've not done that, right? So you can imagine my surprise reading this about myself after it had already been filed publicly as a lie. You know what I mean? The allegation is I use my social media to spread rumors that Lima's involved in corn and that she is a bleep worker on O bleep FANS. Similarly, I have suggested that Lima had a bleep relationship with another YouTuber, Adam Grand Mason, Adam22. These rumors are not only offensive, embarrassing, and emphatically false, but they are also disruptive to my business endeavors and my reputation as a businesswoman and CEO. Well, that's not what restraining orders are for, stupid. See social media post by respondent attached as Exhibit X. So y'all know I'm really excited to see where on earth, on God's green earth, that I have used my social media to spread rumors that Lima is in corn and OF and has a bleep relationship with Adam22. Okay, right? So these are the three allegations. I have accused her of being involved in corn and spread rumors of it, which is more of a defamation claim than a harassment claim, but I digress. The number 2, that she is a bleep worker and she has one of those types of websites. And number 3, that she is in a relationship of some type with Adam22. She attaches Exhibit X. So let's go ahead and check out Exhibit X and see if we can find some proof that I did any of those things. Spoiler alert, we won't. Okay. Okay. So here is a tweet. This is Exhibit X, as y'all just saw. I scrolled to. A tweet. A tweet from me or from BJ Investigates Twitter account. Oh. Adam22 had tweeted right around the time of this coverage. Actually, no, earlier. A month after I started my coverage. Adam22 had tweeted, just bleep a girl with a soft white underbelly interview. Now, to me, that's very weird because all the people on the soft white underbelly interviews that I have seen are pretty vulnerable. They're in pretty vulnerable positions in life, if you know what I mean. They're not necessarily I don't know, even probably legally able to consent to enter into a contract, much less a contract for payment for sexual services rendered to be filmed, recorded, produced, and made available to the public indefinitely. It kind of freaked me out. Like Amanda Rabb was on Soft White Underbelly. Like, I don't think it's cool. I think it's concerning, in my opinion, that Adam22 is sharing this and he's doing it for money and personal financial enrichment. You'll see what I had to say, but that's my thought process, right? Back in September 2022. Adam had said, sorry. Adam had said he just bleeped a girl with a soft white underbelly interview. I retweeted it. And I said, what's this? With an investigation emoji. And then Adam22 responded, this is how you're trying to get me to interview you. This is of why your content isn't to be taken seriously. So I had already retracted, to my knowledge, my desire or my offer to go on Adam22's channel. And to be clear, the only reason I offered is because he lied, in my opinion, and said he was interested in getting to the truth. And Lima lied on the interview. So I was thinking he wanted the truth. I learned very quickly he did not. And then I learned very quickly what this man is actually about. And I would not like to be associated with him in any way, shape, or form. And I would not like to bring my audience over there to that cesspool. And so I'm not. But, here he is trying to act like he's too cool to interview me, which, like, bitch, you wish you were me. Trying to be me so bad, but you failing. Got to do a reality show where you're sharing your damn wife in order to stay relevant. It's very embarrassing, Adam 16, but I digress. But the point is here, do y'all see any reference to Lima? Any? You see her name, you see a hashtag, you see me say anything about her. You see anything about Lima? The woman is obsessed. She thinks everything I've ever tweeted is about her. This is the evidence that she provided to a court to somehow prove that I suggested she was in a sexual relationship with Adam 22. In any way, in any conceivable way, could this be interpreted as a suggestion that Lima and Adam 22 are in a bleep relationship? It's just not. It's just laughable. What else? Evidence. Oh, this. Okay, this is a very interesting one. Okay. Here's the evidence that she's purporting to provide to the court that supposedly shows that I spread rumors that she is a bleep worker with an OnlyFans. Okay, so what are we looking at? This is her proof that I've spread these rumors, right? Well, who is sjoy blogger at Gmail? They leave all their tabs up here. I mean, it's ridiculous. sjoyblogger at gmail.com. Okay, so what she has here is a photograph, a picture, a screenshot of my Instagram account wherein I posted a person's Facebook profile, the front page of a Facebook profile. This is a Facebook profile. You can see because it says add friend message with the messenger icon. Like it's obvious it's a Facebook profile of a woman named Lima Mora. Now, this woman is clothed, has on a tank top or like a bra or something at least. I mean, the person's not naked. And I'm not 100% sure that's Lima. It does say Lima Mora, but I don't know if it's Lima. It kind of doesn't really look like her. So I said, who's she? Hashtag free BAM. Somebody else, Smiley SMAS, said, OMG, she's on OF2. Looks like OF, no F way. Is this Lima? You're a bitch. Okay. So somebody named Grammy and somebody named Smiley, who are not me, independently said that looks like OF to them. But like I just told y'all, this is very clearly and obviously a Facebook profile. It has nothing to do with O or F. Also, I'm not sure that's Lima. That's why my post says, who's she? It does look like her, kind of, but I never saw her from this angle. She is fully clothed for all intents and purposes, and it's Facebook. So how on earth is this starting a rumor that she's on an OF or that she's a bleep worker? It's not. It's not. It's not. But again, I also think this is probably some type of planted like evidence type of thing. I am wondering who is sjoyblogger. Inbox, sjoyblogger at Gmail. What's that? I mean, it's in a public court filing at this point. Okay. So that was Lima's evidence. As you can see, it goes to Exhibit Y. That's it. The end. That's the whole evidence that I suggested she was in a relationship with Adam 22 and that she was a S worker. Okay. So let me get to what I think is going to be at least some of y'all's favorite part. Okay. Whole new section. Corn. The first image that petitioner refers to and includes in Exhibit X of her petition does not support her allegation that I quote spread rumors that she is involved in corn. Indeed, the tweet does not mention her or even refer to her in any way. Lima provides a screenshot of a tweet where I retweeted Adam Grandmason, a corn actor with a corn podcast, who had publicly tweeted that he had just engaged in bleep relations with a woman with a soft white underbelly interview. I made no reference to Lima in my retweet, and she is not the subject of it. Indeed, I literally asked, "What's this?" with an investigation emoji as the entirety of my commentary. That is not a rumor that petitioner is involved with corn. My reason for posting this tweet, and this was the Adam 22 tweet that I just showed y'all. My reason for posting this tweet was that, as mentioned previously, Soft White Underbelly is a YouTube channel that features and interviews subjects who are at the most vulnerable points in their lives. The subjects are often homeless, bleep workers, people addicted to drugs and alcohol, mentally ill people, and those who have nowhere else to turn for money. I was concerned and remain concerned today about the ethics of a rich and powerful podcaster like Grand Mason performing bleep acts on any person at the lowest point of their life. These concerns would be amplified if that vulnerable person were under the influence of illicit substances at the time of the sexual encounter because it implicates consent. This reasonable ethical concern was and is amplified further because Adam Grand Mason films these interactions to produce corn videos, posting the videos to his corn podcast for his own financial enrichment. Similarly, the second image petitioner includes in Exhibit X of her petition also does not support her allegation that I spread rumors that she is involved in corn. First, it's not a cornograph image. It's a fully clothed lady in a tank top and shorts. There is no reference to OF or corn in this picture or in my caption. It is a photo of a woman who resembles Lima, and one of Lima's chosen aliases, Lima Mora, appears as the name. This picture is from Facebook, not OF. I wondered whether this doppelganger with the same name might be the same person, and I still do. But I never made any assertions or accusations that it was. Indeed, my caption literally says, "Who's she?" To the extent that anyone associates petitioner with corn, okay, this y'all don't like this part. And it's all public. All public. To the extent that anyone associates Lima with corn, she has her own actions to blame because she has literally described being involved in the production of corn. As early as June 2016, 6 years before my coverage began, Lima touted her expertise in the corn field when she spoke as an expert on a public panel. She announced that she had watched videos on how corn virtual reality content was made, and she discusses some of the difficulties of producing corn content in virtual reality, including a specific phenomenon known as the parallax effect. Lima laughs and giggles along with the audience in a lighthearted way about the, quote, unique ways of dealing with the difficulties she enumerated, which petitioner herself says she learned, quote, from the shoot. In that same appearance, petitioner explicitly promoted virtual reality corn when talking about how long the line was for the virtual reality corn exhibit at a major annual tech conference. Lima, unsurprisingly, failed to provide the court with this example when making allegations that I somehow started rumors associating her with corn, yet again, omitting important material context. In another June 2016 Lima from Aura post, also predating my coverage by 6 years, Lima promoted a specific virtual reality corn production company on her own Instagram page. She called it, quote, the biggest hit at the E3 conference in LA that year. This post is still publicly accessible. And here you go. Here's Lima, or rather her Instagram. And look, naughty AI, naughty whatever. They got the VR lady with the VR helmet, and she's, over here naughty, the future of adult entertainment. Look, Lima, 376 weeks ago. E3's biggest hit this year, at least from what we could tell from the crowds and lineup, was VR adult content. This is Lima. This is years before I knew she existed, like a half dozen years. This is the first time the exhibit was featured. The exhibit has featured adult entertainment of this nature. Naughty America CIO has come out to state that the company is targeting gamers as they are the early adopters of the headsets. Does technology bring us together or separate us from one another? Could VR corn be a positive to society? Hashtag E3 2016, E3 gaming, Naughty America, VR corn, virtual reality corn, startup life, Moof Monster Tech. The post is still up, but I started rumors that she was involved in corn. She provides no evidence for that. In July 2017, 5 years before my coverage began, Lima posted a naked bleep robot on her Instagram page and again spoke from a position of authority, giving followers her expertise on sex tech. The post remains publicly accessible today. There's more to this whole bleep tech thing than you may think, and it's a little freaky. Oh, she's even making jokes. Freaky. Artificial intelligence is paving way in the global bleep market. What is the global market? Also, y'all see that in the global bleep market. Bleep tech is quickly bringing a robotics evolution where fully customizable bleep robots are selling between $5,000 and $15,000. Reported to be commonplace by 2025, with claims that future humans will lose their bleep to these android love dolls. But with all of the angst and controversy surrounding this topic, there's another side that is seldom mentioned: the uncanny valley theory. Have you noticed how eerie human-like dolls are? The closer to human resemblance that an artificial being becomes, the greater our unease until we are completely appalled by it. Yeah, I kind of get the same type of feeling whenever someone doesn't move their face at all and they just use a monotone voice and they pause on the same type of words every single time, the same word they pause every time. It's like pros, pros, progress, progress, pros. So yeah, I am familiar with Uncanny Valley. Kind of like I've seen it before, yes. But Lima had posted this in 2016 on her Instagram. So I told that to the court. And I told the court the above is a non-exhaustive list of several of Lima's posts relating to bleep tech and the production of virtual reality corn. Considering Lima's repeated and ongoing posts and appearances speaking on and posing as an authority on sex tech and virtual reality cornography and production, any association with petitioner Lima to corn most likely began years before my coverage and is independent from it. She provides absolutely no evidence that I have spread these supposed rumors, and there's ample evidence of her associating herself and her business activities with virtual reality corn for many years predating my coverage. Alternatively, Your Honor, perhaps the reason people associate Lima with cornography is that she associates with cornography creators like Mark Leta and Adam Grant Mason. Lima sat for a nearly 2-hour-long interview with one of the most popular and infamous corn actors and creators in the world. And she proactively mentioned his corn career to him, not the other way around. Grant Mason and his wife, Lena the Plug, have a lucrative and popular corn podcast called Plug Talk on Only Bleep, where the couple interviews a different corn actress in each episode. After the respective interviews, the couple and the actress guest, they disrobe and film themselves engaging in certain acts upon each other. They make these videos available to subscribers for a fee. Grant Mason is infamous for encouraging his wife and the mother of his child, Lena the Plug, to make corn content performing acts on another man just weeks after the couple had gotten married. Lima, again, provides no support for her assertion that I suggested she was in a bleep relationship with Adam Grant Mason. But, if people did draw that conclusion on their own, it would have been a logical conclusion to draw, given the context that Lima, of course, fails to mention to this court. The man is a corn, if you know what I'm saying, star, and a very famous one at that. He was a very famous corn, if you know what I'm saying, star, when Lima voluntarily went on his podcast to air out her grievances against me. And he's an even more famous corn bleep star today. The interview featuring Lima on Adam's podcast remains publicly accessible today. In addition to Lima's association with famous corn actor and creator Adam Grant Mason, Lima's friend and business associate, Mark Leta, also owns a private Patreon where members pay $10 a month to see Leta's content that is too graphic or offensive for the current site that we are on. By way of example, one such Patreon offering is an uncensored video where Mark Leta films and encourages his assistant, an employee named Elle, who is wearing high heels, to perform a bleep act with a soft white underbelly subject. Mark Leta is off screen behind the camera filming his employee, Elle, and encouraging her to, while she repeatedly stomps and kicks the subject's bleep with her high heels and put her feet on his face. In an interview, this subject, this man, I'm not going to show you all the picture because I don't want to violate any guidelines, but it's there. You can go and look up the lawsuit yourself and you see it. In an interview, not this interview right here, a different one, like not this scene right here. I think it is this interview, but it's not this scene. The subject, this man right here, he says, he specifically and explicitly refers to this act as a bleep act. And in the interview, he said that this is his version of, quote, getting laid. Okay. It's look, that's what the type of content it is. All right. Now I'm going to scroll past it. It's not graphic, but I'm just going out of an abundance of caution. So I'm kind of like saying like, all right, but Lima's associating with people that are making this content, but she's saying that I started rumors she's involved with corn when she's like legitimately associating with Cornog creators. And then I go on to say, as stated and demonstrated previously, it is my practice to redact addresses and phone numbers from public records before posting them to my social media pages. The examples petitioner provides in Exhibit Z also demonstrate this practice. As the court will note, I've taken great care to redact Ms. Omar's personal information, including her address and phone number, even though the police provided them in unredacted form in response to a public records request. If I inadvertently deviated from this practice, I would remove the information on a showing of proof. Oh, it's 420? Oh, no, it's not. You made it up. Then I said, conspicuously missing from Lima's examples in Exhibit Z are the multiple disclaimers I made in the same exact videos about not contacting her or her family. For example, right around the exact same timestamp of many of the examples that Lima listed in Exhibit Z, I completely redacted the audio of Lima giving Officer Eldridge her phone number. I also completely redacted the audio of Officer Eldridge repeating the phone number back. Additionally, I censored out the phone number visually with a digital censoring tool, and I even went so far as to reiterate the, quote, do not contact disclaimer that I had already given many times in connection with this footage. In addition to the complete audio redaction, complete visual redaction, I included yet another all caps disclaimer on the screen that reads, please do not attempt to contact Linda. This text appears over the already fully censored notebook. Lima does not cite to the supposed yearbook pictures I obtained from her husband's yearbook, but I'm pretty sure they were public records, whatever they were. So I cannot speak to that allegation. As for the baby pictures of petitioner, she made that photo a public record when she included it in her slideshow presentation to the LA Commission on Alcohol and Other Drugs in her May 2022 ARA presentation. She was in there like, she's shared pictures of my sisters and me as babies. Bitch, you the one that made that public. How'd you think I got it? You thought I broke into your house? You thought I went and rummaged through your photo albums? No, you put the shit out there. Right there. It's a public presentation. I have never seen petitioner in person. I have never attempted to make any private contact with her. I have never threatened her with violence or engaged in any conduct threatening violence toward Lima. I have never harassed, intimidated, molested, attacked, stalked, struck, threatened, assaulted, battered, or telephoned Lima. I have no intention or desire to be around her in person in the future because I am afraid her pattern of retaliation and abuse would escalate, resulting in physical harm to myself. I also have no present plans to visit the state of California in the future beyond what is required for the present proceedings. I declare under penalty of perjury under the laws of the state of California and New Jersey, the foregoing is true and correct, and that's that. Then I included my exhibits. This was her lawsuit she filed in the first instance, which is now dismissed. This is the order dismissing her lawsuit. This is Pavle Yevremovich getting sworn in for the UN. This is the mandate the insurance companies, what's it called? Petition that Lima authored. At 35,000 petition, it becomes one of the top signed. And it's got 25,000 signatures. Lima Yevremovich started this petition to the president. And in all caps, we need to help insurance companies and our governments place new regulations. So she's advocating for regulations. And then, I guess we had to include this because it was like in the exhibit, but it's just like a bunch of crap. A trademark for Aura. I don't know if it's the same Aura. Interpol, most wanted. Somebody came up at the same address associated with Lima and Linda. Wanted for murder or homicide or something like that. Where is it? Family name, male. Gujarati. I did not know that Pakistan had a Gujarat. That is new. That is news to me. What is he wanted for? This. Wanted for this. This is me showing that I had emailed for a public record of her graduation records, which are public records, and showing me getting it. Look, redacting. Still redacting stuff. Here's Lima's public presentation to the, let me make it bigger, to the alcohol, whatever it is, commission on whatever, Los Angeles Commission, alcohol, public health, whatever. B2B solution for mental and behavioral health and substance use disorders. Boom. There's her picture right there. She's so mad I made it public, but it was her that made it public. So yeah, not really sure what that's all about. Moving on. All the people that had passed. She's talking about, we've gone over this. I have a video out about this. Going to the next thing. The long ass presentation, girl. Okay. Here's the meeting summary, which shows that Lima was there with all these other people. Where is she? Lima Yevremovich, right here. And she did stand up and make a presentation right here, as you can see. Discuss the following topics. Brain implants for mood disorders tested in people. Here's Amanda Raab's coroner's report showing that her cause of death was actually not a seizure disorder, as Lima untruthfully reported to the public. More than 1 million people now have seen that video. But that also her cause of death was, her cause of death was cardiac arrhythmia. Cause of death, cardiac arrhythmia. Hypertension, obesity, and schizophrenia were contributing factors. Cause of death was cardiac arrhythmia. And so Lima had said Amanda's cause of death was a seizure disorder, which doesn't appear anywhere on this report. She also had said that Amanda Raab only had Tylenol in her system, which was not true. That was a false statement. She had more than Tylenol in her system. She did not have Tylenol in her system at all. No Tylenol was in her system. Come to find out, and this is something going on right now, and this, I didn't even find this. One of y'all found this. Unapologetically me, True Crime, found, where was she sent to? Where does it say Heights? She had left jaw pain. She had gone to the dentist. Medication list was collected. Where was she sent? Her neck. I'm looking for the funeral home. Heights, HITES, funeral services was contacted per rotation. Mortuary attendants arrived to remove the body. She was wrapped in a white sheet, placed in a body bag, and released for transport to the, I think what corner? I don't know what that is. The CCOCs, whatever. But Heights Funeral Services apparently has been in a lot of trouble and shut down. I haven't had a chance to look into it, but I am relying on this public record. And Lima did, of course, as y'all remember, show up and say, what did she say? Something like, hold on, let me remember. The autopsy, thank you, Lindsay, for the super chat. The autopsy, yeah, yes, I sure did. The autopsy report says that she died from a seizure disorder. The name of the video was Autopsy Results, Amanda Autopsy Results Lima. Lima and Mark at the beginning of the video talk about it being the autopsy results. And then Lima says they finally got him or whatever. They say they finally got him. And then Lima says, I'm just going to read a word for word of what we got. And then proceeds to say Amanda's cause of death was a seizure disorder. She did not read word for word of what they got. Plus, she had said something about Tylenol in the system. Wasn't no Tylenol in the system. There's a lot more than Tylenol in the system. So, lies. So, we went ahead and, in my opinion, put that in. Oh, the toxicology report showing more than Tylenol in the system. What others? Okay. Police reports. The police report of Amanda's passing. Exhibit 5, where I'm showing the court, look, I tell people, do not send hate to any individual or brand mentioned in this video. It is for entertainment purposes only. It is not legal advice. And again, the BJ Investigates disclaimer. This video complies with Section 107 of the Copyright Act. Do not send hate to any individual or brand mentioned in this video. It is for entertainment purposes only and is not legal advice. Oh, then that's it. The end. So that was the whole declaration. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what that means. Should know what acetaminophen is. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm sure she wouldn't know what acetaminophen is, but there was no acetaminophen in her system either. That wasn't in there. So it doesn't say that either. It doesn't say Tylenol. It doesn't say acetaminophen. That's just not true. She didn't have Tylenol in her system. Lima said that she said they already looked and she only had Tylenol in her system. That wasn't true. I was so curious to say just Tylenol. Like, hey, knew she had nothing in her system. It would look too suspicious. Right. Yes. Like if you haven't already. It wasn't even in there. Exactly. Oh, man. So that's pretty much what I had to say. There was more stuff that I wanted to say. There was more stuff I wanted to put in there, but I felt like I got the point across and, you don't want to like overwhelm the judge with a bunch of like unnecessary stuff either. No, and the thing about it is there's really not a lot of people like me. So probably most people never expect to meet a person like me because you have to really have like serious courage and tenacity and be willing to stand by your convictions. And like probably I would say like 89% of people don't have that. So that automatically disqualifies most people. Most people cannot stand by the courage of their convictions. And most people would have been stopped. Most people would have been stopped. And I think a lot of people that would have been stopped, it would have been for good reasons. Like nobody wants to become homeless. Nobody wants to become without a home or without the ability to provide for their family or their actual basic needs because somebody lies in a lawsuit. So I definitely see why the anti-SLAPP statutes exist, because for the people who can actually fight back, for the people who thank God, thanks to y'all, thanks to support, thanks to some guardian angels who have made some donations, I've been able to defend myself here and utilize these anti-SLAPP laws. But I could have not. What if I didn't find a lawyer in time? What if I didn't go to law school and couldn't have helped out on some of this evidence gathering? What if? A bunch of things came together to allow me to do this, and I won, and I'm going to keep winning. I ain't going to lose. I'm going to keep winning. I'm going to keep winning. In the meantime, Lima has indicated through her lawyer that she does intend, or they do intend, to appeal the decision. Um, I don't imagine she's about to bust out the checkbook to pay me back for my lawyer's fees, and I'm gonna have to go through a whole entire appeal just to get it back. I'm probably not gonna see a penny from her till like 2027, I would say. Um, yeah, exactly. Exactly. And so, like, I honestly think me winning cases like this is a win for all of us. And in particular, it is a win for YouTubers and independent content creators who are not under the traditional media umbrella of safety, who are out here reporting on things that maybe the powers that be don't want us to be reporting on, or the very rich and powerful people who are running the clown show don't want me to report on or want us to report on. And I think it is a good precedent to set. If you're not going to show any evidence for the fact that somebody is allegedly having bleep threats sent to you and all this other crap, just throwing crap at the wall, anybody can make anybody stop talking about anything. And then what is free speech? Thanks so much, Court Arad, for the super chat. And I may never see a penny from her. And that's the other point of it. I mean, there's people saying, oh, I'm so glad, you don't have to pay any more legal. No, there's three different cases that have happened now. The biggest one is in New Jersey. And at the time that she filed it, there was no anti-slap protection for attorney's fees. So I'm going to try and get my attorney's fees back from her. But it's just going to depend on, I'm not going to be able to even try to get them back from her without money to sue her. And right now, I don't even have the money to defend myself, much less to go on the offensive. So if y'all are able to donate to the legal fund, any at all, it's no end in sight as far as that goes. It's going to keep going, but I'm going to keep fighting, just like I promised y'all at the very beginning that I would do. I will not stop. I will not stop. In my mind, I already made friends with the people in the jail. If I get a corrupt judge that wants to put me in jail for it, because I know that I'm not doing anything wrong, y'all are going to just have to pick up the torch. Somebody's going to have to, because I'm willing to go all the way. I'm willing to go all the way because somebody has to be willing to put it all on the line for freedom of speech. Somebody has to. If there's not people like me and Sean Reyes, for example, who, and H3, they did it too. They fought back against some defamation claims and won. If it were not for people like that, then we would have, they would be running even more rampant. They would be running even more rampant than they are today, with silencing people and trying to steal and abuse away people's rights. So this is kind of what I was just now addressing. M4A Independent. So M4A Independent says, can you file a civil case for fees after all this is said and done, and you got a whole fanny pack full of wins from all over the country? Maybe. It really depends. Like I said earlier, like I said just a second ago, in order to file a civil case for fees, I have to pay a lawyer. Like, they don't work for free. So right now, I don't even have enough fees to pay for the defense they've already provided. I don't even have enough money for that yet. Thankfully, the California fees are somewhat accounted for because Lima does owe them to me. But like someone said earlier, we don't know if she's ever gonna stop, suing, and we don't know if she's ever gonna pay up. We don't know if she's ever gonna actually give me money. I don't know how I'd possibly even garnish her wages. I don't even know. But at the very least, I'm not gonna see a single dime from Lima for this slap suit for probably several years, if I ever see any from her. But the bigger deal is that in order to sue somebody for fees for malicious prosecution or something like that, you gotta pay. And in order to go through all that, it's like subjecting yourself to discovery. It's subjecting yourself to all this crap. And it's like, I would like to get the money back because I would like to just have it in the war chest for the next, legal defense, because then it would all still be there. I wish I had unlimited money, really, because if I had unlimited money, I would be suing for all kind of stuff, to be honest. But I don't. So that's just kind of where it is. I could probably. Yeah, I have. I completely gave myself to this cause. Like, I gave myself, my life. I was a complete devotee to this cause, and I won twice, 3 times. Getting hard to keep up. I'm in Oklahoma, don't have a lot of money, but I would do the legwork. That's so nice. Thanks so much. Thank you so much. I've got words for the super chat. You may want to look into the case against Turtle Boy, another journalist who the legal system is trying to silence in MA. I heard about him. I need to look that up. I do need to look that up. There's so much stuff I'm behind on too. What is this? House and Habit was on the side of questioning 20-year-old claims of assault. You should be allowed to question the claims of victim. Yeah, you should be allowed to question the claims of victims. I think that's what the system is set up on. Pinehelm, am I saying that right? Holler. Thank you for the super chat again. Amanda had 3 hypotensive drugs that lowers blood pressure. These combinations are not recommended without vital monitoring. Hypotension, that's like low blood pressure, I think, can lead to epilepsy, cardiac arrhythmia. Ooh, ooh, Well, I'm not, strictly speaking, an attorney. I'm a lawyer. Attorneys, I think, are, licensed to practice law. Lawyers are the ones with the JDs, but we, are not practicing law. Yeah, what else am I gonna do? Like, frolic around? Oh, the more you know, sounds like you need I know, wouldn't that be nice if I could put together a pro bono free speech defense league? For future court proceedings, this is a matter of public interest. It's true. It's true. Sean is very brave because he like puts his like body on the line out there too. Like he's out there in the field, Thanks so much, Draft. Also, my merch is out. I should know something today about international shipping. It says we these people. There's 2 different ones. There's a pink one with a little shooting star, and the cool thing about this color palette specifically is it's designed with the number colors of this exact background. Like, you see up above me and below me, like those exact like Pantone colors or whatever are this color palette. But there's another one as well that is like red. Let me see if I can go to it. It's thatsurprisewitness.com. And if you order by December 6th, we'll ship it on December 12th. Let me show y'all. So here it is. Size is extra small to 3XL. It is a Realtree hoodie, and this is the other color. This one Prim is wearing. I think we're both wearing size small. There is an extra small, but I'm wearing small in this picture. So accordingly, choose. And then this little flag is a pink stripe, and it says "That surprise witness." So if you want that, order by December 6th if you want it to ship on by December 12th. Okay, what's going on over here? Grace all over the place. Thank you so much for the super chat. Yet again, curtsying for you. Very proud of you. Sending my best wishes and love to you and your loved ones. Respectfully, Grace. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Unlimited healthcare money will only enrich big farm. Exactly. Vinny said, I'm just frolicking. I'm just out here frolicking. Vinny Beetle in the chat. Wonder if he saw. Were you in here whenever we were talking about you? Oh, 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 opinion alert from Rochelle. She sounds a bit salty that you're educated and she's just faking it poorly. Opinion alert. I know. I just hate black, really. But I know a lot of y'all love wear. It's like you only wear black. I'm gonna have to make one for y'all. Say it again. Your Realtree camo. We these people hoodie. Exactly. Vinny said, I got time and money. Oh, she definitely don't got a Harvard. Oh, Harvard. Oh my God, that's so funny. Okay. Yeah. See, look, y'all only wear black. Y'all got to get some more colors in your life. I'm just kidding. Wear the color that you like and that makes you feel the best. Oh my God. Black and pink. Black and pink. That is going to be given 2007, girl. Or maybe it'll just be given my microphone. Suggestion, any solid would do. I know. Someone else was like, I'm in the UK and I really love this hoodie, but I cannot wear it. It's a little bit too make America great again. And I'm like, don't associate me with that. Look closer at, okay, hold on. Really want you to look closer at page 149. Okay, Tara said, don't do it on live. Look closer at page 149 of the PDF version of Lima's application for TRO in the grainy exhibits. Don't do it on live. I have a conspiracy theory. Thank you very much, Drugstore Cowgirl. Thanks for sticking up for vulnerable people. Addicts and mental health sufferers deserve rights, freedom, and a life. Yeah, heck yes. Thank you for the super chat and for your kind words. I usually only wear black, but I rock camo. See, I love camo and pink. I just ordered. Thank you so much. 420 Warlock. Oh my God, that's a funny name. I do. Now, Sean Reyes does have black hoodies that say "We the People," but mine say "We these people." Are you trying to say onesies? I know. I would like to get some sweatpants too. I gotta see. Right. Camo is not a political endorsement, and neither is the American flag. I am American. We are American. We can reclaim our flag. What do you mean? It's our flag. It's we are the people. It's our flag. I encourage you to check out my episode of TAFS. I expose Steve-O and promote BJ for helping. Bam. Somebody drop the link, if you don't mind, in the live chat, or better yet, maybe in the comments or the live chat. No, put it in the live chat, put in the comments. And if I remember, I'll put it in the description box. But Vinny is saying he already addressed some of this stuff on his episode of TAFS, and he exposes Steve-O and promotes me for helping Bam. I want a poof headband coming soon. Everyone deserves rights. You need to market your antenna. I know. Lori, Bonnie, and a few other of y'all actually got together and pooled funds to make the headbands. Some headbands, they're not this exact ones. They're different ones. They kind of like, you can adjust them. I am planning on doing something with those soon. I needed to, get through some of this like drama that was going on, quite frankly. I don't know if I asked Steve-O to redact his defamatory statement. I don't know if he has. That's another one I would sue. If I had unlimited money, I would sue him for defamation, because he all but explicitly stated that I was providing METH to BAM, which was also an intentional infliction of emotional I just got attacked. A bug just attacked me. Going to send you a message later. Thank you very much. What does TAFS stand for? Did Lima wear pigtails to court? No, girl. She was wearing... No, she was not. She was wearing like, what's it called? Like Air Force Ones or something. Like, it was very interesting, the outfit she was wearing. I'll go over like the whole court thing in another episode. I'm just kind of getting kind of tired, as y'all can probably tell. Plus I was already started this live tired, but I'll go over like my thoughts about like actual in court later. I may do a live, but I'm definitely going to do a recap on BJ Investigates and go over the notes and stuff. Oh, also, huge thank you and shout out to Melanie Veronica, who has a YouTube channel called Bubblegum Bite, BYTE. She told me she will be, she told me that she will be making a video about it, because she was there at court. She took notes. She saw the whole thing, all that. So I would follow her if I were y'all. If she does put it up, I'll share that video. Yes, sneakers. Yes, girl. She was wearing sneakers to court. Yes, she was. And they were like, I don't know what was going on with that. and like some like pull on slacks. It was very interesting. Very interesting choice. But what was I saying? Yeah, we were in the same room. Yes, we were. I never made any eye contact with her, and she did. I don't know if she was looking at me. I wasn't really looking at her that much. Like, obviously saw her out the corner of my eye. I saw her when I walked up. But like, I wasn't trying to talk to her in any way. I'm never trying to talk to her in any way because I'm afraid for my safety when I am around her, because I think she is unhinged and I think she is capable of doing physical harm to people, including myself. So, in my opinion, I don't want to be around her. Yeah, typing with gloves. Missed this. Yeah, yes, we were. Wait, can we address the actually have one Ivy League degree thing? We all love that in Rabbit's Recap. Yes, it's just one. And he might have been confusing it with, I do have a certificate from Wharton, which is the best business school in the world on most metrics. But it was like courses that I took that I got a certificate. It wasn't like a degree. It was a certificate. And I do have one Ivy League degree. It is a Juris Doctorate, so the terminal degree. And I have one public school degree that I'm very proud of. Go Tigers! And just one Ivy League degree. So I don't know. I mean, they are obsessed with trying to make me look good, I guess. I found you because of your first video on the twins, and now all of this has transpired. And that's the thing too. If Lima had never sued me in the first place, to be honest, it wasn't gaining as much traction. And by traction, I mean I wanted investigations done by authorities. I wanted police or the FBI or the Human Trafficking Division or someone to investigate it, and nobody cared. So I was kind of running out of stuff to even talk about. If Lima had never sued me, I'm not even sure I would have made videos about the twins, because I was a little on the fence about, not knowing if I wanted to or not. I really wasn't making videos about them like that. Once she sued me, that made me have to start looking for places she's lied, places she's made this information public herself, all of that. And so it led me on the path to start having to cover her. But the irony of the whole thing is, if she would have just let me make my one or two Lil BJ Investigates videos, I probably would have got bored and tired and moved on. But no, she wanted to sue. So that forced me to have to rigorously, zealously, vigorously defend myself. And when I was in the course of doing the investigations for the defense, girl, I found all kind of stuff. Some things that were untoward and suspicious, in my opinion. Human rights are for everyone. Exactly. This isn't my type of normal media. That's funny. Did you go to LSU? Yes, I did. Go Tigers, class of 2013. What are y'all saying? I've been worried about the twins. I think they need help. So Lima did a public service when she sued you. And I kind of took it to be that way. I mean, I definitely have what's the words I'm looking for? Come more into more like what was the word I'm looking for? Like devoted more energy or whatever to like been more open. That's the word I'm looking for. I've definitely been more open over the course of the last, year or so to just like the concept and the ideas of like spirituality and, not necessarily religion, but like kind of, I'm learning about different ones and just things like that. And in a way, like I do definitely think that it was sort of like a divine appointment of sorts or whatever, that every time in this story where I've kind of like been like, I'm tired, like I'm ready to talk about something else or whatever, it's like something happens where I can't stop, right? Like Bam reaches out or, something crazy, something that I never would have expected. And so I'm just kind of trying to follow the assignment, if you know what I mean. I mean, I don't know. I don't really know how to put this stuff into words because it's not something that I've like traditionally, historically, like even thought of and things like that. But it definitely feels like for the divine like balance in the karmic whatever universe, whatever, like someone needed to address this Amanda Rabb story, the Bam story, the twins, and needed to look into the cause of death. And again, I'm strongly encouraging and asking other people to do so. Like, I don't want it to just be me, because if they could just stop the only person talking about it, they will, and they have tried. Again, thank God for people like Rabbit and others who kept the story alive. High Priestess Steph. I know I'm leaving some out. Sober Thoughts, I think, did a video or two. So yes, thank you very much to those people. But yeah, it can't just be me. It's got to be other people. And I don't want it to just be me. Yeah, it was like an assignment, like a mission. The plan is always unfold. Exactly. I'm just frolicking. And that's why it's like, sometimes I think I get a little overwhelmed because it's like, it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. It's a lot. It's like $250,000 a lot. And I don't have that. Y'all can go and look at the public funds raised to see how much I've raised. It's nowhere near that. I owe these lawyers right now sitting here a lot of money. But I feel like I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. And I'm willing to risk everything because I feel like this is my purpose. And so I'm going to keep doing it. It's a lot of darkness. It's the truth. It's the truth. It's the truth. Full onion. I have no updates on Dima. None. None. Nope. Don't know nothing. Reading y'all's comments. Life's plans for you. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely seeking the truth. So that would be true. Hello, auditing Erie County. I don't remember when I found BJ. It was definitely her attitude and intelligence that reeled me in. I was already engaged in the legal sphere. You've been around for a while, Emily. I definitely been seeing you around for a while. Simply Monica, one of the OGs. When I had like 7 people in the chat, Monica was in there. She was one. Talked about the lawsuit, didn't cover actual. Oh, yes. Simply Bell also covered this case. I did see that. Thank you very much for that coverage. I did see you cover the case, Simply Bell, and I do appreciate it. Thank you very much. I know I knew I was leaving people out. I'm leaving out other people too. And it's like that. It's like, oh, duh. I'm just a little bit, I was a little bit zoned out. Yoko, well, I appreciate you sticking around and giving it a shot because this happens with a lot of people and then they just decide they don't like me. But it's like, well, you just allergic to authenticity. Yoko, Karama said at first I was put off by BJ's energy until I realized it wasn't fake. So many try to be her and just aren't. Want to be me so bad, but they failing. Exactly. I know. And I'm not everybody's cup of tea. The thing is, whenever you are being like who you truly are and doing stuff to make your own self happy and to fulfill your own purpose and your own mission, there's going to be like almost 50% of people are going to hate it. They're not going to like it because it's a projection. They don't like it a lot of times because they either don't understand it or because they know that you're showing them something they need to be doing and they're not doing. So it's easier to tear you down for being your authentic self than it is for them to just go ahead and work on themselves and be their authentic self. If everybody wants to be in the matrix, in the prison. So I do appreciate you sticking around, sticking it out. And I do try to be extremely real and authentic to the extent that I, feel comfortable doing so in these current times. The body camera footage of Dahlia explains that Dee Medea was arrested and put in a hospital hold for examination. Might be linked to her fire starting issues, which Dahlia mentioned too. For the record, Your Honor, also made content. Thank you. Thank you for the record, Your Honor, for making content when I was silenced and I could not and keeping it going. I really appreciate it. Who else was in here? I simply don't know YouTube, but you change that. The 12-minute clip says it all. So Vinny is saying there's like a 12-minute clip. I think Vinny did send this to me too. It's ringing a bell. Yes, exactly. Squirrels are acting up. There's a Dima arrest, Doc. Oh, good. Where's that? Oh, good. Here we go. I get told all the time I'm too much. So once I realized you were authentic, it felt like I was seen. That's funny. I strongly suspect some of them have info. Can't explain how she got it. It's on SoundCloud. Squirrels are acting up and Starfleet. Goriana music. Yeah, it's kind of same. Well, I've been on here for now 4 hours and 12 minutes. So if you cannot tell, I am a bit tired and I'm going to go rest now and relax. But more content coming soon about this and many other issues as usual. And that's all I really had for today. Again, thank you to everyone who donated in a super chat, who donated to the legal fund. Thank you to everyone who will continue doing so. It is literally the way that I am financing this litigation. I don't think it's going to be over anytime soon because I think sore losers are sore losers and they're going to keep suing me at least another couple rounds. If you can donate anything, that would be greatly appreciated. I'm very glad and happy to be discussing this again. Hopefully, they don't try any more silencing tactics. But again, like I said, I'm not optimistic. That's all I really had for today. In the meantime, facts ain't defamation. Love you, Mina. Okay, bye.